Okay. Screen. Yeah. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Go, Leo, Go is a good show. Oh, hold on. Edit. Hold on a second. I have to open up my volume mixer. Oh, hold on. Edit. Is it working?
I have no idea.
Okay, now it's
Yes,
working.
okay.
Anyway, time to like make a post and then post it everywhere. Open up my volume mixer. Uh, wait, is that? Oh, wait, no, I know what's happening. Let me just.
Yeah?
No, that was me.
Alright.
Dang it, Twitter. Okay. 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 Bleh. Yeah, I'm almost there. Don't worry.
Yeah, take your time.
Okay. Just one more place and. Ah, fuck. Almost forgot. Stream will start in a tiny bit, people.
Yeah, I'll just upload something in StreamArt. Give me a second.
And there.
There you go. There's some stream fan art. If we do live under Dragon Quest 2, that
Oh,
is US. Well, the character in the box art, I have no idea who they are.
They're the like main character. Anyway. Dragon Quest 1 and 2. Here we go. Okay. There.
You dropped into the Isekai chat, which is the dumbest idea I've ever had for, well, anything really.
And yet it's pretty good.
Yeah, we somehow strung out one joke for how many months now?
Many. And it will continue. Just turn on volume for the game. And there we go. You can see it?
Yep, I can see Boto is level 13. Look at this photograph.
The other person is coming soon. Just so that people know. Going to look at my items real quick. I have the love, which I don't need right now. Nah. You still there?
Yep, I am still
Okay.
here. You haven't gotten rid of me.
Wasn't planning on it.
I just don't have a terrible amount to say, since it's just two of us, and it's just Dragon Quest 1. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just Dragon Quest 1 for right now. For right now! Ah, crap.
Yep, it's my boy, Slime. Just a basic monster.
Super basic, anyway.
Yeah, I never shut up about Buddy Fight, but my Buddy Monster in pretty much half the tournaments I played in was different kinds of slimes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because there's a whole faction in it called Dungeon World, and one of their archetypes is slime monsters. So, the closest I ever came to winning an actual, like, championship tournament was a King Gummy Slime deck. It's a slime that eats other slimes. It's a card that looks completely innocuous until you realise that in 3 lines of text it has some 9 different effects. Those were the days. The days when we could leave the house.
You say that like I'd leave the house ever.
I'd like to leave the house more than I do.
Yeah. But I'm a cat parent now.
Oh yeah, you got your cat.
Who is, like, just laying down over there right now.
I don't have any pets. I just wander around at midnight petting cats. It's great.
Yeah.
Also, sometimes see hedgehogs around here. But obviously you can't pet those. Well, you can, but watch out.
How much do you like the hedgehogs?
They're okay.
So,
Can't pet them. So,
you wouldn't say that you hate them?
I won't say that I'll get that hedgehog. Yeah, not good enough.
30G. I'm 7, and what is this? This is Dragon Quest. Poltergeist. I saw Poltergeist 3 while channel surfing one time. It was kind of weird.
I think I've only seen the first one.
Huh.
I've seen surprisingly few horror movies, despite, knowing a lot about them.
Yeah,
I only ever got around to watching Hellraiser a couple of years ago.
like, the most experience I had with horror movies was, like, reading about them in blogs and stuff. Like, blogs that would be, like, sassy and sarcastic. And then YouTube videos kind of were that.
Yeah, I listened to a lot of bad movie podcasts. Well, podcasts about bad movies, not necessarily bad podcasts.
Necessarily.
I've also never seen Saw.
You didn't see
and
Saw?
I can't say that I saw Saw.
Hurry down! Hurry down! Should I get a map?
No, wander blindly forever.
Okay.
Get a map.
At least until Dragon Quest 2.
What
Cause,
do you mean, out of game map?
yeah, of course. Cause Dragon Quest 2
there's like
has
an item that did that.
an awful dungeon near the end.
Yeah. Dragon Warrior Monsters had a spell which is revealed the current map you're on. It was almost completely worthless because there were 20 or 30 of those maps in each dungeon. Like, it's very vertically tall and randomly generated.
Speaking of weird maps, have you played Ultima 7 or the expansion?
I can't say I've played any of the Ultimas.
Well, they did maps, like, weird. No, not Castle of the Dragon King. Garden's Tomb. That's what I want.
Yeah?
Yeah, okay, Oh no, I'm in the wrong place. Kind of. Turns out,
The wrong place.
yeah, you have to go down a specific set of stairs to go to the end. However, I can get a treasure chest. It's one of those. Stop spell.
And
Joke.
then, speaking of weird video game maps, there's Morrowind, one of the Elder Scrolls games, and the best one, I Will Fight You. Anyway, Morrowind has these ancient ruins of a lost civilization. You can explore them, and they're just non-Euclidean. You can have maps that physically could not exist because the way they were laid out.
Check the chest,
Their
but it was
parts
empty.
should overlap but don't. Just because, it loads them as multiple separate maps and they just, you go between them when you go through certain doors. It's not something a lot of people will notice or care about. It's a cute touch.
It
is. Oh?
That reminds me of the maps in Ultima 7 where there isn't any verticality. All maps are like sort of exist in like the same overworld, but they hide it a lot in like mountainy stuff. And like any
So there's just an entire world map that's just all of the dungeons?
Yep. Any
like the
like
Zelda games?
yeah.
Some of them.
Any like going up or down is like just teleporting to another area.
Just moving you to another part of the secret underground map.
Okay.
Which is exactly what the 2D Zeldas did,
Yep.
which is why they're in the Link's Awakening. If you know the glitch for walking through walls, which is surprisingly easy, you just try and open your map when you're going between screens. Then it turns out you can just walk into late game dungeons and loot them.
I saw like a tool-assisted speed run of Link to the Past, where like they moved Link in a certain way where they sort of went under Hyrule Castle, and then we're at the final boss, and then skipped that and went into the room with the Triforce in it, and well, that was the end of that.
Yeah, that's kind of a classic speedrun glitch. It's just skipping right to the end credits.
Zelda games are really, really wacky about that.
Yeah, Link to the Past is a really well polished game. Like, I would say, arguably one of the best in Super Nintendo, which already has a fantastic library.
I would definitely argue with you about that.
Oh,
But go on.
Okay. Well, it's got some hilariously weird glitches. Like, you know, as you said, you can, well, walk through terrain in some really unusual ways. And there's the famous, what's it called, the hula,
Yeah.
which is named for a contest winner who got their name put in a game. It turns out that's just the debug room it loads when it can't figure out where to put you. So that is not actually ever meant to be seen in game, but you see it used in randomizer races just to get free rupees.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's, easy enough to glitch into it once you know it's there. But yeah, please debate me about the best games in the Super Nintendo.
Like, Super Metroid, actually really good. Definitely better on replays.
Yeah?
Donkey Kong Country, definitely, like, highly skillful. Even, like, 3, which people don't like as much as the other two.
Yeah, I didn't like Donkey Kong Country 3.
I liked it.
My favourite one is the second one.
Yeah.
The first one just didn't quite have the polish yet. It was a good game, but it wasn't quite there.
Of course.
And the second one, that's just perfect Donkey Kong for me. And the third one just felt like it was... I don't really know how to describe it, like it was missing something.
This is the Tomb level 1. No, that's level 2. What the hell?
Like, if someone said Super Metroid is the best Super Nintendo game, I'd go, yeah, probably. It's hard to think of one that's actually better than it.
The thing about Zelda Link to the Past is that it sort of started a lot of the Zelda stuff, but it's like unrefined and like doesn't add anything that the other Zeldas don't already add. Like, what it did was start the Zelda formula, and that's kind of it. A shiny harp? Anyway, now we can leave the dungeon.
Unlike us, the Dragon Warrior, Dragon Quester, I don't know. Well, they were allowed to go outside. That broke the flow of my joke, that was terrible. Anyway,
Like,
But yeah, Zelda 3 did introduce a lot of the like returning items. What was the hook shot in the earlier games? I'm trying to think if it was.
did Link's Adventure come out first, or did that come out first?
A Link's Adventure? Is that Zelda?
Link's Awakening, not Adventure.
No, Link's Awakening came out after Link to the Past.
Okay.
I know because I already had A Link to the Past when that came out, so. Because I'm old. Old. Incredibly old school.
Yeah. Anyway, I need to get, like, the Loto seal now. Just looking at the world map.
I'm just looking up when these games actually came out. Apparently, 95% of Google users like to Link to the Past. And that's fair, it's a really good game, but it's not telling you when it came out.
Well, that's like the
92 in North America and Europe.
Yeah. Red slime.
And Link's Awakening was 93. Well, in Japan. I don't know when it came out. Huh.
In America.
Okay. I actually could have sworn that came out later than that, but sure, it came out in 1993.
By the way, it's 4:13 p.m. Well, no, it's not, but it's saying that on my computer, which is like 5 minutes slower.
Uh-huh. It's good that you've set your computer 5 minutes slower, so you're always 5 minutes late.
Strum the shiny heart. I'm not sure what that did. Oh, it's an instant
Monster.
fight. That's
It's
interesting.
not quite instant because you have to play a harp solo.
But yeah, there's an ability in Dragon Quest III that does that. Well, in the SNES version at least.
Get your Pokemon to use Flash so you can navigate the rock tunnel.
This map is Mountain Cave, so mountain. This is exciting.
Yeah. Riveting gameplay. Oh, hello.
Hello?
Welcome.
Hey, Kitty.
Sure, my food actually get here. I thought I'm still waiting. Well, often. Because, yeah, I finally have YouTube logged in on my laptop.
Yeah.
So I'm able to keep watch there as well.
Okay.
Oh, speaking of which, I heard something about. Great, no, I forgot what I was gonna say. Something about a game that came out. 95% Google users, something.
Oh, we were
search.
talking about Zelda Link to the Past. And arguing over which Zelda game was better.
This map is a little odd.
No, I guess it. Just overall, which one's better, or like in specific?
I think Link to the Past is aged the best out of all of them.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. Because
Ocarina of Time, for a time, was, very technically advanced, but you look at it now and it looks so hilariously clunky. Like all
Oh,
early
yeah.
3D.
I remember going through actually up to Twilight Princess, all the kind of mainline Legend of Zelda games, and like, I eventually got used to Ocarina of Time. I had to switch out with my friend for Majora's Mask because there's so much going on in that game that if you don't know, it's like, yeah, yeah, it was for the best that I didn't play Majora's Mask. I just like watched it for
Yeah,
that one. But
Majora's
like,
Mask is a scheduling nightmare on the level of the Persona games.
I'm able to do
no, I think worse than Persona games because those, like, honestly, I went through Persona 5,
Snyder.
not really. Yay, I love those dudes. But yeah, Persona 5, I went through that one without really doing, or with the same friend actually, not doing like too much scheduling nonsense, and we made some like errors because like we weren't sure if like oh, we keep trying to hang out with this person, but like we're not advancing, and then we looked it up. It's like, oh, you had to wait till a specific story event happens in the year for the advancement. Oh, but out of that, we had like most all the like uh, relationships maxed out. I think there's like only 3 people, or like two or three that we didn't max out, and that was with bumbling about. So it's like the personas aren't too much of a schedule.
Yeah, they're not completely unforgiving, but Majora's Mask is that unforgiving.
Yeah, because you only have 3. You have like, yeah.
3, possibly 4 nights.
Majora's Mask, you can start over very easily, though.
That is
you
true.
Can, but you do kind of have to still. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird mix because it is just kind of stressful because what happens at the end of that like 3rd night, and it's like you have this looming presence in the sky, and it's like, well, oh, and also
Like having a deadline for work.
Yep. Also, swindling a blind man out of money. Because I still remember the banker that, like, he just puts, like, a stamp or something on Link's forehead or, like, on Link's hat.
Well, I put the stamp saying you have 10 million rupees onto your forehead, so I guess you must have that. Have all of my money. Yeah. I get why that exists, and it makes sense. Like a gameplay mechanic, it's just very funny that you put in a time loop and you just go back in time and you got the same bank account.
That is really funny.
Like you see all these time loop stories, like it's actually becoming a genre in itself now because so many people do it. But where people go back in time to start a time loop and go, okay, this is the way I will make money by exploiting like this knowledge that I shouldn't have. But in Zelda, they just go, you know what, just take your bank account with you.
Yeah.
I think the cave map is not the. There it is. Okay. It's. Yep. There's money. Okay. That's the right map, because, like, there's a lot of maps here for, like, a cave. And, like, this cave does not have, like, a real name. It's, like, Western Cave.
Yep.
Or also known as...
12.
Also known as Mountain Cave. Yeah. Western Cave or Mountain Cave.
I actually appreciate that Zelda and Super Metroid speedrunners, and by extension anyone who plays the randomizer race, just came up with names for every location in the game, just you could talk about them.
Yeah.
And so, you know, you've got, every room in Super Metroid has a name either officially or unofficially. Every cave in Zelda, well, Zelda 3, I suppose the other ones probably as well. I've never seen randomizers of them.
There's a randomizer for Ocarina of Time.
Yeah,
and
there's one of Ocarina of Time, there's one of Wind Waker.
And like
Yeah.
I tried to get that working, but it didn't work. I don't know. Maybe it's like the emulator I'm using.
Yeah, it could be. It could be the specific ROM that you're using, because some of them need specific versions that were released in Japan to get the right glitches and so on.
There's actually stuff up for it, so...
Yeah.
Great. Now the thing about Augurit, wait, originally we were talking, a bit ago we were talking about Zelda. I mean, I grew up with, yeah, that's true. I grew up with Link to the Past, so it's, I mean, I feel very biased saying that, but at the same time, it really does hold up well. Link's Awakening is also really fun.
Link's Awakening has a really unique story. It's like the first game I ever played that had that kind of existential, you know, story going on in it.
Yeah.
Nowadays, that's really common. You know, every indie game has it more or less.
Yeah, I get what you mean, but... Oh, you see, my food's finally here.
It's, you know, a thing in Undertale, it's in Doki Doki Literature Club, it's in so many games now. But back then, you know, the existential dread of if you finish the game, you know, everything disappears, they all actually die. Or at least, you know, fade from existence. You know, that's not something I'd seen because I was like 7 or 8.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely something.
Yeah?
Though with Undertale, you're supposed to like finish it on the good ending and then don't play it again.
Yeah. Oh, it's also in Pony Island, of all things. Which is fantastic, and I don't want to say anything else about it in case anyone hasn't played it. It's some of the funniest like gags about the meta mechanics in it. Actually, have either of you played Pony Island?
No, but I've seen some of it.
Ah, probably been spoiled on the funniest part of it, which is one of the boss fights is the boss says, "I don't want to fight you, so I'll challenge you to a staring contest. If you look away from the screen, you lose." And it is so funny what it actually does. And I don't want to say anything else about that because when it happens, you'll know.
Strength raised by 2.
Just eating seeds to get your strength.
And now, a Mystic Nut.
Not.
MP. And now for the grand prize of this dungeon. The War Ring? I got a War Ring. Yeah, I can equip both of these. I think the War Ring actually increases encounter rate. Hello, are you there?
Yeah, I'm just typing something into made-up light novel chat.
Okay.
I mixed up my bag of sunflower seeds with strength seeds, and I'm so strong I kill everything in one hit.
Okay, yeah, it's pretty... Yeah, that, if you're wondering what the Isekai chat we were talking about earlier was, that's it.
Yeah, we just make up names of light novels about people being trapped inside video games.
Or whatever alternate world.
It's the genre is sent to another world, but we just make up whatever.
Yeah.
Most common ones are video games, so that's where we are.
Yeah.
You know, your Dot Hack, your Sword Art Online, your
Actually
other
good
identical.
Well, no,
shows.
Dot Hack is pretty
Dot
good.
Hack is good, Sword Art Online is not.
But yeah.
Again, I will fight anyone who appears in chat. Ooh, a Shadow Knight.
Shadow Knight.
Who knows what
Oh,
evil
jeez.
lurks in the heart of man? The Shadow knows.
The Shadow Knight knows. It does some pretty good
Oh, the
damage.
Shadow Knight knows. I think he has a smile and something. No, that's the Candyman.
Candyman just kills you, I guess.
Oh, the Candyman can.
Kill you.
The Candyman can.
Kill you.
Oh, if you take a sunrise, cold it in the tree.
Also something
I don't know
about
the rest of the words.
Yeah. So this is like the fastest route of taking to a tail of robot!
Ooh, little white boy here.
Hey, I love those robots. It's one of my favorite things when fantasy has, like kind of flirts with like sci-fi in fun ways.
Oh yeah.
Rules
Final
of
Fantasy
nature!
Final Fantasy 1 just randomly having war mechs in one
Yeah.
room only. Just
Yeah,
literally mechs.
And
it's
also
great.
Yeah.
a space station.
Yes, the Elf space station that they retcon out of like I think the future versions of Final Fantasy 1. But I just
Yeah,
kind
it
of
doesn't quite fit the tone they went for.
I mean,
Ah,
I think it's still great as hell. It's like, oh, like fantasy things, and then like, oh, the elves come from space, and like, hell yeah, this is like, like what? Okay, yeah, let's go, let's party.
dang it. Lost money.
But yeah, I do get what you mean, Mary. But at the same time, I do love the idea of just, oh, we have one,
I mean,
space alien elves.
I used to
Like,
play
hell yeah.
Warhammer, like the fantasy one, not 40k. And the lizard men in that setting are literally, like, textually space aliens who just came to that planet. And it's just a fantasy world that happens to have one faction of space alien lizard men who are also Aztec themed.
Yeah,
Oh
let's...
yeah, I hate that. I hate the fact that it's like, oh, we're gonna make the kind of Azteca Maya inspired people, animal people. Like, oh, that, oh, they can't
In
be humans.
fairness, like, it's a weird enough setting that, like, it doesn't feel that this is some stereotype or anything. It's like you've got a faction of rat people who, you know, are their own thing.
I mean, are the rats like the English or anything?
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
It's
No, they're
because-
not. They're one of the. They kind of live underneath the equivalent of Germany. They have like a secret underground empire. It's a complicated setting.
Yeah.
Warhammer's kind of
I mean-
iffy about the whole races thing.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
picked up a lot of lore over 30 years, 40. Most of which they threw away when they killed off literally everyone in the setting and rebooted it into... it would take far too long to explain what the problems that rule set were.
They what?
But basically, it was a rule set where it changed from, like, the old rules where, okay, every unit costs points, you know, pay within a budget, that's what your army is. And that's fair enough, you know? You
Yeah.
have, like, percentages, you can have up to half of your army is, like, hero characters, at least half of it has to be actual units, of like troops, and you know, fair enough. And then for some reason they changed it so, okay, you put down a unit, then your opponent puts down a unit, then you put down a unit, and you just keep going until you don't want to put down any more. And it's what? So it literally became put your entire collection on the table. There was a massive fan outcry, and there's a couple of months later they changed that whole system.
Yeah.
It's because it was completely unplayable.
Gosh. I mean, hey, maybe some fans will buy more miniatures so that they have more.
Yeah, that's what it
figures
kind of
about
went
the
for, and people like revolted at that. Yeah.
Gosh. Okay, well, good. So,
It's really hard to explain, you know, all the other stuff going on at that time without knowing, you know, that they also cleared out some 20 years of fan favourite characters to make way for this. And didn't replace them with anyone.
that's
At all. It's just the armies where, yeah, these are just an endless horde of faceless guys in suits of armour. Because they wanted that sweet Space Marine money, except doubled, I guess.
Spice Marine.
Oof, that I'm not gonna lie, that's because I'm not a part of that, like, I guess
Yeah, there is more
right?
to it.
And also it's been like,
you know,
I'm guessing
they
years
Monster
go
and
back
apologist,
from
I
it, but
agree. This is a
Yeah.
it's
good
kind of
game.
funny. As an outsider to that, it's just kind of funny to hear, like, oh yeah, they just decided to do this nonsensical, what has to be a cash grab idea, and then got yelled at because no one was happy with it.
oh, we've got a slime in chat called Monster Apologist.
This is such a good. Oh, wait, can it good? Oh, good work as well? Because I'm trying to remember what I've
Did I go
seen.
too far? No, I didn't go too far. Or wait, I think it did actually.
But, great. I'm trying to think of more goo puns or slime puns. Because I vaguely remember a slime character making a lot of.
Pretty
slime
much all of them do that in Dragon Quest.
As is their right.
Good for
Ooh,
you,
playing-
slime.
Yeah, Dragon Quest 2. Pretty good.
Yeah, I really enjoy.
Uh-oh, Mag.
I
Yeah,
should.
I didn't pay attention enough. There.
Yay! I Stop Spell is so good in the Dragon Quest series.
Yeah,
That says it sucks when an enemy does that spell or an ability like that spell to you.
Yep.
It's very rude. You're just jamming along, and then a little funny little guy does a funny little dance, and you can't use spells anymore. It's like, oh, that's rude.
Werewolf.
Yay. Too bad
one of
they
these
are.
killed you just a few minutes ago.
Yes.
This time it's personal.
Ah, to sleep.
That sounds like. I don't know if it is in a Bubsy game subtitle, but it sounds like something from a Bubsy game.
Well, you're
This
not,
time-
Yeah,
because
probably.
we're now going to stream a Bubsy game after this.
No, we're not.
Oh.
Yep, this promise that I am making on stream can't be taken back by the other hosts.
Okay, you can do that, but I'm not.
Now, no fun.
Damn. No, if
I don't even have Bubsy right now.
I can send you Bubsy bronze.
Go to
Or we
sleep.
can just watch the Bubsy pilot. It will never be copyright claimed because nobody will admit to owning it.
I am the original
That's
one.
the way go wrong.
no one will admit to their sins of bringing the Bubsy pilot into this world.
I think those people like who made the really crappy recent Bubsy games will admit to owning it. Anyway, it's time for a boss.
No?
Ne-
What to call him?
Pixie Flute. Makes it fall asleep. This is a
Big nap.
yeah. This is kind of an easy fight if you bring the Pixie Flute.
It's good that we learned how to play 5 seconds of a song.
Yep.
According to Zelda, 5 seconds is all you need.
You know,
I
that came out wrong. I'm gonna say, like, phrasing.
Anyway, I'm surprised about the Dragon Quest III remake, and I'm excited for it.
Oh, wait, what? I haven't been paying attention to
Why?
Yeah, the
E3s.
chat. The chat is
Oh yeah, they're not
Talking
political
about-
enough for us.
I'm also very happily surprised with the DQ3 remake.
Honestly,
That one was fun.
What I was most surprised about was Advance Wars is getting a remake. Not
Oh.
Advance Wars, and Advance Wars 2. Not the
Nice.
DS ones.
wonder why that is.
Yeah, the DS ones
Well, hold
don't
on.
really go together. They're completely different settings, basically.
That was a good level up. Anyway, I destroyed these people's protection, I think. No, I don't think that is actually it. Actually, yeah, like in an earlier... In a different game, they say something about making a golem to protect them. The Fortress City.
Yeah, so it's like the giant robot outside the
Oh, nice.
castle walls in the labyrinth.
Defense.
I did try to stream that for movie night once, but everyone was busy, so I just gave up on it.
Oh, I would have watched Labyrinth.
Shame. It's really good too. It actually mostly holds up. The only thing that looks goofy is the CGI owl, and only because you see it for more than a few seconds at a time.
Yeah.
Because it's mostly practical effects, or, you know, at least a reasonably decent blue screen.
So that guy gave us a hint to, like, the best armor in the game. Oto's armor was passed from person to person until it ended up in Yukina.
That's down through generations of the Armstrong family. Anyway.
And this guy... Beats aren't special today. Oh,
Beats.
I love how he just rejected us
I want
because...
some beats.
Yeah, I don't need the warp ring right now.
Beats by Dr. Dre? On sale?
No.
Amazingly low quality for what you're paying for them too.
Yeah, I
Can I make Christopher?
had a sibling that worked at, like, Target at some point where they were, like, really pushing people to buy those, and,
They're
like,
not
they
necessarily
kept getting
terrible,
returned.
they're just very overpriced.
Yeah, I specifically remember them being, like, returned often. Like,
Yeah.
one of the earbuds, which it would,
Nice.
like, stop
And
working.
honestly, every time I've had a set of earbuds, one ear just stopped working. So a couple of places ago, I had the half-working earbuds in every single room. I just like left them all over the place. So you can plug them in and listen to music in one ear whilst doing stuff. Nowadays, I just use a wireless headset, which I'm not using now because the microphone's terrible. Oh, this one's great. You know.
This is the weapons and armor shop. Magic armor.
That's right.
The thing is, it's not stronger than our current armor, but it will heal us every 4 steps.
Nice.
However, there is a
But
better
there's-
armor nearby.
Yeah. There's the, best armor in the game, I suppose.
I have no room for that. Oh god, I have to go over there. With the death, the pain,
The pain.
stuff
I'm
over
covered in bees.
there. Anyway.
Yep, anyway.
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
Oh, secret room.
It's over here.
I love this. Yeah, I remember this one. And just having to talk to this wizard so I'm just thinking about how, like, imagine going to, like, a cathedral or something
Ow, ow,
and to see
Ow.
the priest or the father
ow.
having to walk on magic hurt floors.
Ow, ow.
Let me pray for you.
That is 70 north and
Right.
40 west of the castle of Tantigil. Okay. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, jeez. What's great is I'm playing Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne on the side, and it has hurt floors and like a whole bunch of other jerk stuff.
Yeah, mandatory damage floors are just... yeah.
Are just a staple of Mega 10 games. There's already a shop selling this stuff. These are people who died to that floor. Or they were killed by monsters.
People
At least
who
one of
died
them.
walking to church.
At least one of them died walking to church because, goodness, you go to
You go to
you get
church
invited
today
to
for
the
someone that got killed by a slime and you die on the way out. Because you just put the heart floor there.
Mystic Nut.
Yeah.
you go to the local cathedral down the street, and they have a laser defense grenade.
Just walking across a bed of nails.
Now up here.
Goodness.
Oh, this guy's also selling keys. It's
Ah,
behind a door that needs a key. Let's see. Ooh, flame sword. Oh, silver shield. Yeah, that stuff's expensive. Like 2 of the most expensive things in the game.
If this was an Elder Scrolls game, you could put a bucket on his head and steal it all.
Yeah. The Draco Lord's claws rend steel and his fiery breath melts boulders. I'm not a boulder. And I'm not steel. Oh wait, I'm wearing stuff that's steel.
Yeah.
My body's not
Probably
made
a
of
silly.
steel.
Yeah. Probably a silly light novel title in there. The Dragon Lord's cause can rain steel and literally nothing else.
Goodness.
Guy, are you okay?
Oh boy. Oh yeah, no. I don't know if it's exactly the same, the GBA port, but like in the NES games, like if they don't have a set pattern to walk,
These
like
random-
they just it's
Oh, wait.
completely random walking. And it's always the
need-
worst when they just keep walking to a wall. And it's like, please, I need you. I need to talk to you, but you're behind a counter.
Yeah,
Yep.
I haven't done much with GB Studio for making Game Boy games recently, but one of the default options for, you can just sit on any NPC is random walk, which is always a terrible idea because you tend to get, if you got more than one NPC in a screen, they will corner you and you won't be able to move until they decide to let you.
No, they will corner you.
Ooh,
Dragon.
Wild Dragon. Wasn't this a boss a while ago?
Yep. I'm close to leveling up, so I think I'll level up and then go do the thing. Dragon. I should have healed. I don't have healing items. Oh god. This and dead.
You are dead.
I'll
You
never
are
get the
dead,
silver
dead,
shield now.
dead. But you were hot. Guess not. Guess what? You're not. That's a novel You Are Dead song.
I haven't listened to that, but I just thought of a new light novel title of I was going to fight the dragon, but I had no healing items. Instead of reviving at my at the king's good court, I got reincarnated as a solid worker.
No, that's the worst.
Just reverse.
We've had a couple of those.
That's the
I'm
worst.
not surprised. There's something about Isekai there. Like, great, my brain's kind of fried, but I'm just trying to remember. Like,
You're in that
I remember
chat.
someone talking about it.
Sure you were.
On
Okay,
the Yu-Gi-Oh.
On the Isekai server.
No, I'm not, but I think I remember you, maybe someone else talking on another server about Isekais and light novels, and like also someone I follow on Twitter. She talks about, there was one point in time where she kept talking about them and just how like the pro tags tend to always be like kind of really bland, kind of you can like put yourself in their shoes and very try to go for that, but and it's light novels are just kind of weird. Well, not all light novels by principle by them, but I'm talking about like isekais, and also the fact that there's so many of them that have like weird, oddly specific titles.
Oh yeah, the oddly specific titles are like half the joke there. I'm just gonna link it in. There we go. There's Isekai naming server linked in our chat for this. Have you seen the icon? You know what the joke is.
Speaking of jokes,
So for those, no?
there's many good isekai that don't have like blank state protagonists.
Yeah, there are
Protagonists are-
some genuinely great ones. This is we make fun of the ones that aren't.
Yeah, Digimon often does not have blank state protagonists.
Oh yeah, Digimon. Yeah, Digimon would count as isekai. For like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of how many of them would count. Probably a lot.
Yeah, most of them.
And like, yeah, I still need to rewatch Digimon
Why don't you?
because I've been thinking about it.
We're going to
At
what?
time and just making time for it.
Oh, I can just grant you the red title, which means you can actually post things, or rather, you can just pin whatever posts is basically an admin, and just give it to everyone because who cares?
Nice.
If you want a different colored name, you know, ask for it.
Nice.
Nobody ever has.
Not yeah. Oh, think about that too.
Yeah, just read the made-up light novel names, chat, and you will see the kind of nonsense we talk about.
I'm trapped in a Hotel California.
Oh, nice. I learned the repel spell.
Oh, nice. Oh, that is nice. Not having to.
What's that big Hotel California? Is that something that we...
Yeah, I think that's something you wrote specifically.
I am trapped
Yes,
in
it-
Hotel California. I forgot I did that.
Now what? That reminds me of a.
Yeah?
Oh, but okay, so I was thinking about how there is a tabletop game slash setting that I really liked like years ago, and it kind of has a special place in my heart called Eclipse Phase, and how it's kind of like sci-fi, post-apocalyptic. Like Earth got really messed up, not completely destroyed, but like very messed up. And there's a space station kind of orbiting Earth called Hotel California because people just kind of go there to just not leave ever, and it's
A lovely place.
it's a lovely place. Great, but now just hearing that reminded me of that one like stick figure comic I saw, just like
Oh,
Like
yeah,
with
the,
Hotel
I
California,
know
it's
what
just-
one you mean, yeah.
yeah, I think like you just like the person who checks in like touches the face of like the receptionist, like such a lovely face.
Yeah, a lot of people went, oh yeah, it's you know, a song about how you can't quit addictions or like you can become obsessed with things, and then the band went and said, no, it is literally just a song about a really bad hotel we went to once and couldn't figure out how to leave. And it is just, oh, okay, sure. But yeah, like you could seriously just read the pinned messages in made-up light novel names. We've all had something funny in it.
Just so it's
one of
less
my-
annoying.
One of my favourite ones is, me and my friend tricked God into making us the chosen one, but if we take off the trench coat, the gig is up. I actually drew a cover for that once, and it's basically me tracing Vincent Adultman from BoJack
Oh
Horseman.
my goodness.
It's the kids standing on each other's shoulders in their coat.
That's
Everyone treats them as an adult person. I'll see if I can find it.
So in Dragon Quest, there's like 3 slimes stacked atop each other, and that's an enemy.
Oh yeah, wait. I'm
So-
trying to remember. Is that a different enemy
yes,
from like the big
triple.
slimes?
The what slimes?
I could have sworn there's like a slime made up of like multiple slimes, or maybe I'm mixing up Slime Rancher. Which could very well be happening.
Two slimes made of other slimes.
But yeah, it's like 3 slimes stacked on top of each other.
Slime stack.
Yeah. And I'm just sort of imagining like them in a trench coat.
know what? I would honestly love it if one of the Dragon Quests has like a party member that's literally just like 3 slimes in a trench coat. And they most everyone like knows that they're 3 slimes in the trench coat, but like they're well behaved enough that like people just let them go. But like I like to imagine that like one other party member literally thinks that they're just like some guy.
I'm just gonna dump a couple of these Isekai chat ones into the art channel for my stream. These are just ones I kind of doodled one day because I found them funny. Also, my handwriting is completely unreadable unless I draw it in giant letters like that.
We don't really need the pixie flute
I would
anymore.
Oh yeah, the pixie flute. Oh nice. They can just store it away. I was gonna say
we kinda need that.
I forget what you need the pixie flute for.
The gold. We beat it. Now it's
yeah, I meant like
if
you need it for some
pile of trash.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, if it was a short story, I would totally read The Demon Lord Isn't Feeling It Today, so we ordered a pizza and watched a movie together.
Yeah, I just kind of drew like the guy is basically just the guy from Sword Art Online. Except I drew him terribly and I just drew his random witch at the side because, you know, why not?
Yeah.
They're not
Demon Lord wouldn't
meant
have a witch.
They're not meant to be like any specific characters. It's just I went, oh, I'm drawing this guy and he's the guy from Sword Art Online. So I guess he's the most generic one of these characters I can think of.
Moira.
Right.
The witch is Moira. From the first Final Fantasy.
Nice.
She brought Ragtail soup.
I'm just gonna actually link these.
If you know the joke about Ragtail soup.
I don't know the joke about rat tail soup.
Okay, so have you
the links if people rewatch the stream. Oh, I should mute the mic.
Have you read the webcomic 8-Bit Theater?
I have not. That's probably why I don't get the joke about rat tail soup.
It's a pretty good webcomic. It's like all the main characters are just awful people, but it does treat them like they're awful and knows they're awful. It doesn't it's not like one of those.
Yeah,
they're awful,
basically,
but it's not
it's a straight comic using Final Fantasy 1 sprites and loosely retelling that story.
Very
everyone is just evil, or at least not good evil.
The heroes are like the worst people. But it's not like Control-Alt-Delete where it just does not understand that they're the worst. It understands they're the worst. And it just puts them through the ringer because of that.
Nice.
But yeah, anyway, Moira...
Oh!
Metal Slime! Gotta get it!
Ellie?
Kill it quick, or you don't get those precious experience points.
Okay. Got...
These guys take 1 damage per hit and run away, but they're worth a ton of, points.
Yeah.
Yep.
But do crits do more damage against them?
You have to get lucky that they stay long enough and you hit consistently enough to get them.
Yeah. They have really high AC, basically.
Yep. Let me check the map to see. This is the right way? Yeah, it's the right way. It's more of, I don't want to go through... Another one! It ran.
I remember that happening to me while playing Dragon Quest V. Well, I guess most of the Dragon Quest where it's like, oh, it's a metal one.
Yeah, it became a recurring enemy throughout the series. Metal slimes are very tough, even in spin-off games, which are pretty much the only ones I've played.
Yeah, they're like... Ooh, a new one. Stop spell. Oh, that's not a spell. I should heal. Okay. Hit it. Ugh, that was close. Yeah, metal slimes. And they got variants for metal slimes later on. But later games also, like, give you extra options for dealing with metal slimes. Also, don't try to use magic on metal slimes. They tend to resist it a lot.
I mean, you take 1 damage from physical attacks, how much more can they resist?
Like,
I know, it's just immune to it. Or reflect?
They basically are immune to magic, like, most of the time. Sometimes they do take damage from magic, but it's like 1 point. So...
Oof. Yeah, a lot of, you know, spending MP to just do a point of damage.
Yeah, it's just better to just attack them. Or use abilities to attack them. Because later games gave you that. Abilities specifically for taking out metal slimes.
Huh.
Stop spell. Metal slimes usually have like a weak fireball spell. You know, if they attack. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh no. I was trying to open a new tab on my laptop and it just wasn't loading. Accidentally opened up like 5. Also, keeps me playing. Yeah, I gotta get back into a fake isekai game with a driver. Well, thankfully you can just, you know, have fun with a stream of consciousness while just chatting about.
Okay. In the middle of all this lava is an item we need.
Oh yeah, do you have the orb from the princess or... Oh, yeah.
Next level.
Oh.
68.
68 north.
44. It's like... need to be 70 away and... like 40. 1, 2, 3...
RPG protagonists could tell us how it feels to put our hands in the lava, and they won because they're selfish.
God!
Now, speaking of which, how do you feel about... Okay, I guess I should preface this. A while ago, kind of like almost a year ago, I was playing D&D with a group of friends, and like, we're fighting some like fire salamanders, which their like leader is kind of like militaristic. Oh, we're gonna burn down everything that isn't, you know, the elemental plane of fire. Fuck everything that isn't us, right? So like they suck, but we were like trying to infiltrate like a dwarven fortress that they've like taken over.
A dwarf fortress?
And like, yeah, but there's at one point like a fire salamander, like the fire salamanders had like immunity to fire damage, right? And they were like, I think at least one of them was in a pool of like molten metal. And I was like, wait, how like in the like we're doing it over text on Discord, and in the out of character channel, I was like, wait, like does that count as fire? Does molten metal count as fire? Like, like can you swim in molten metal if you're immune to, to, to damage from fire? Would that
And be dealing fire damage, so yes.
I, mm, I
It's stupid, but that's how it works.
I mean yeah, but at the same time it's like does that kind of
What
count?
other type of damage would it be dealing?
I mean, not as damage, but like, would you want molten metal to like fucking breathe in molten metal, and then it potentially hardening as it cools down in your body or something? Oh yeah, later some fire salamanders like escaped into like lava, and we're like, yeah, no, we can't like chase after them or anything. But like,
Just pour a bucket of water over them, create a nether portal on top of them.
send them into Minecraft. It's genius.
You have a diamond pickaxe?
Art. No, you could. Diamond. Could. Yeah. I'm trying to think if D&D could have a diamond pickaxe. Yeah, probably. Like this whole bunch of magic nonsense. Great. Now I'm thinking about. Oh yes, at some point I was thinking of like wanting to talk about games that aren't D&D, but now I'm thinking about silly nonsense, like molten metal being fire damage. But
Realistically, molten metal would be incredibly dense. But, like, everything treats lava as basically super hot water anyway.
yeah, I still remember Dark Souls the first, where there's a part where you can like you can like you need a special ring to not like die almost immediately from walking on lava, but you can, and like yeah, that's just it's just funny to think about. Especially since, yeah, no, I think the ring, what the ring does, that it boosts your like fire damage resistance like incredibly high. But if you already have really high fire resistance, that does help. With
You're
just
thinking of
walking on
Dark
lava.
Souls 2, where that's the case. Like, lava was different from, like, fire damage. So...
Maxing out your fire resistance so you can walk in the sun.
This-
I once had a dream where it's like an RPG, like Dragon Quest, but you landed on the sun and just sort of walked on it and took damage while you walked. Like, I guess you could, like, you were on a spaceship, I guess, and you could walk places. I swear this was before I learned of Ultima 2. Where instead of being isekai normally, you were on Earth and, like, the enemies just transported to Earth, and you had to deal with that. And, like, time got messed up. Are you two
While
still
you
there?
were studying the blade, I got isekai'd.
Anyway, yeah, everything got messed up because the villain took over the world and hid in time. The villain was not Carmen Sandiego, by the way. It was a different lady. Oh, I am all out of MP.
oh,
I have like 2 herbs left.
am I?
This is not the right way.
I'm hearing a weird echo now
Are you?
of the game. Yeah, not all the time, but occasionally it happens.
Hold on a sec. Let me try to put my headphones on and put them in. Ah. Everything's a mess. Anyway.
That's what streaming's all about. Everything's a mess, unfortunately. No, speaking of a mess, I was trying, someone close to me, asked me to play, what was it called? The Temple of Elemental Evil, PC game. I was trying to stream it, and I was like, oh, that game.
Yeah, it's got a lot of problems.
And,
Ruin Lord. Oh, I can't cast Stop Spell on it.
that druid looking at you, just like, you better make it quick. You better make it count. You better take me out in one hit.
I took it out in 3.
Alright, that works, but...
Yeah, Temple of Elemental Evil is probably the most faithful implementation of 3rd edition D&D rules, which, you know, has attacks of opportunity, it has ranges for those, it has so much stuff that you don't see in any other video game, and, you know, there are mods that make it into a good game. The base game itself isn't great. It is kind of a mess in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I believe it. I've only been through the tutorial so far.
Yeah.
And
the entire section of the town at the start of the game, before you beat... When you're still level 1, that's basically the tutorial. It gets old though, so on every playthrough after the first, you're going to think this is going on way too long.
Yeah. But, oh yes, I was trying to stream it on Discord. But I was like, I couldn't, like, it couldn't find the application. Like Discord couldn't, like, tell it was a game to stream from the, like, oh, what do you want to stream, an application? And it's like, it listed Notepad open, of all things, but not Temple of Elemental Evil. So I was like, no, I'll just do the screen share. And I was wondering why my friend couldn't hear anything until, like, oh yeah, screen share doesn't show, it, like, most of the time doesn't have, like, audio.
Ours does, right?
Yes, ours does.
Yeah, I have
like,
Discord Nitro. I guess that transfers it.
Yeah, and also, yeah, I guess it's just a weird thing, and I guess to make a long story short, I spent a lot of that night trying to figure out how to stream with some sound. It didn't really work out, but we had fun anyway. I'm just going through the tutorial, and, like, in the tutorial section, you get, like, a wizard that joins you. Also, I figured I had to deal with, like, oh no, this is D&D 3.5e, I had to prepare what spells I want to cast before, you know, like, you don't just have your list of, like, spells that you know, and you can use a spell slot to use whatever. No, you have to assign the spells to each spell slot, and I'm like, oh boy.
Oh yeah, it's...
I'm like, oh no.
You keep track of that. There's actually a fun fact about the tutorial of that game. There are 9 different tutorials. You can only see one that matches up to one of your character's alignments. I don't know if it's picked at random or if it's whoever's in the first slot, but you can potentially have one of 9 different tutorials. So,
Huh.
Dream
It
Lord.
is about, like, obviously it's to give a party of that alignment a reason to go to that
Ah,
town.
crap! I've been stop spelled.
Oh no.
And
Even
by
better spelled.
ooh, it casts
Ooh.
fire thing. Oh boy.
Also, another fun fact about Temple of Elemental Evil, the video game, is there is a character in there's like a pirate town later on, right? It's I think the second town in the game. You go there and there's a character who you can flirt with, and it turns out if he's outside, the character files that are loaded for him mean that he only responds to flirting from men. If he's indoors, he only responds to flirting from women. So he's either, straight or gay, depending on whether he's indoors or outdoors, just because of a quirk of how the system works, and it's bizarre.
When you're bisexual, but you were kissed by a witch and she cursed you, don't like some people, depending on whether you're indoors or outdoors. Also, we discovered a new
Like that, yeah.
light novel title.
I mean, by all means, post any of these.
I need to remember to write these down. It's a thing.
Yeah, I just post them as soon as I think of them.
Me
Which
too.
means you've got some absolutely bizarre ones. Sometimes it makes them very funny, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's just me going
Alright, level 16.
you're crazy alone by myself.
Whoa! Look at that MP.
Oh wow, I think it's good, but yeah, I love
Yeah.
typing things
Go
in.
for the pinned messages and you'll see like all of us have completely different ideas of what makes a funny title.
Cat's awake.
Great. Well, I'm trying to write it down, but when you're bisexual. Okay. Sexual pirate. But
And if you're in that chat, you can see the bird that got into my kitchen.
yeah.
I have no idea how it got in because I didn't have the door open at all that day. I got all the windows closed. Because the way this house is laid out, only half of it is ever warm during the day. Like just whichever side of it is, facing the sun. It's a very long corridor of a house, basically. So I don't bother opening the windows, I just, open the internal doors if I really need to. Good enough.
What did you read my light novel title?
Yeah? No,
Yeah,
just scroll through the pins ones, just read out ones that are on.
You know what? Yeah, let's do that real quick. My character sheet has a typo, so now I'm a chaotic god.
Yeah,
The babysitter I hired is the demon lord?
that one is one of my favorite ones I wrote, even though it's just a short.
It's evocative. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's a story that would be worth reading.
Yeah, it just like...
The one that I believe deserved to be pinned and no one ever did was, I defeated the Demon Lord's army, but his navy and air force are giving me significantly more trouble.
That's pretty good.
That's good. I've outlived my knowledge of the story, and now everyone thinks I've become stupid suddenly.
Yeah, I actually
Okay,
have a
that
reason to use that as a plot point in something I'm writing, and it's great.
That is actually pretty great.
Because some of these are actually good ideas on their own. They're not just stupid.
They'd like make actual
Jokes.
like someone did post one about my grandfather as the chosen one or something like that. About someone's elderly grandfather trying to figure out the mechanics of the video game world they're in without knowing how video
Meow.
games work.
A cat.
They actually wrote a short story about it, and it's, yeah, that's great.
Yes, Prince, what is it?
The cat, formerly known as Prince, also currently.
The prince formerly known as Kit.
My cat is being screwed out of contract, so he renamed himself.
Your cat just presses his paw on paper and goes, "That's what you have to call me by?"
Yep. Oh,
You know what? That reminds me of a running gag I had with my friend when I was going through the Legend of Zelda games. We used to joke about, Hyrulean pictographic speech, and just because every time someone's like, press the button to attack, and just for some of the series, we joke that Link absolutely has no idea how to speak in Hyrulean pictographic speech. I was just completely bewildered and disturbed.
Ruins Town.
Oh, I remember this town.
Yeah, no, I just looked at there's dragons wandering the streets.
there's a town similar in Dragon Quest 11 where that happens.
Yep.
I destroyed.
No cops at Pride, just dragons.
Yeah, that too. Oh, I have to approach from the. Oh. Have to take damage. Which is great. I love it.
Game design. Not the meanest game design, but still, it still is
I've
kind
played.
of mean.
I've played Mega 10 games. I know what mean game design looks like.
True. And I'm guessing, I'm guessing the mainline games tend to be a bit more mean than the Persona spin-off.
Oh yeah, they are hilariously mean. Persona, for all of its quirks, is at least somewhat fair.
Somewhat fair.
Somewhat fair in its design. Well, at least not the early ones. The later ones are more fair.
I believe it.
Okay. 1, 2. Because there's a boss fight now.
You know,
An
it's a
optional
shame-
fight.
Oh, a Mad Knight.
Oh, you had a very nice amount of health for a second. Oh yeah, look, apparently Keith McLean wrote the Grandpa short story, which I need to read at some point.
Oh, I got lucky there.
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah,
should have
I'll
gotten
get to
another
that at
level.
some point.
Oh, I did it!
Oh,
Oh, that was close.
There was a
Ew.
point where, like, before AI Dungeon made it so you actually have to pay to use it.
I got a
Reading-
bikini!
Oh? Good for you.
Yep, it's the best armor in the game. Yep, wearing it. Oh, it makes me immune to damage floors. And also look at my hit points. Yep,
oh, it all starts healing. Nice,
heals every step.
very nice.
Anyway, let's go back to the castle and save.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, Meow. Oh, I'm guessing you're meowing at your cat, not just randomly meowing.
Yeah, good.
Well, he can't hear because
Meow, meow.
wearing headphones.
Put headphones
Okay.
on cats.
Put cat ear headphones on the cat. Make it.
Human ear
Too powerful.
headphones on a cat.
Oh no.
You know, the protagonist of Devil Survivor wore cat ear headphones.
Hell yeah. They know what's up.
Yep.
Also, what was I gonna say? Oh yes, one, I want to play Strange Journey at some point, because
Play
That game
the
looks pretty
original,
neat.
not the 3DS version.
oh, I didn't know. Oh, anything wrong with the 3DS version in particular, or
It adds story stuff that completely changes the story and like themes of the game into something bad.
hmm, good to know. Because I was thinking of the 3DS version, just because that's the one I've seen the more recent art of, and I didn't know there was an older version of Strange Journey.
Yeah, the normal 3DS version, not 3DS, normal DS.
Oh, okay. Great. Yeah, Persona. I was gonna say, to speak a bit about, like, RPG game design and whatnot. I really do. Oh no, wait, I think we talked about this before about how they
Yeah,
actually let you
probably.
play with the stats
Yeah,
and
states-
alter. Yeah, okay, we have talked
we
about
did
that.
talk about this last time
Damn.
for like
'Cause-
3 hours.
Yeah.
Not like anyone actually minds that. Just
Now I'm
talk
trying to
about
think of a
whatever.
different series that does some cool RPG things. Great. Now
Cat
I'm
is
struggling to
meowing
think
in the
of-
background. Let me check and see if he has food in his bowl.
Alright. I'll take this time to talk about technically another RPG, but not a video game. Or a video games, if you will. But a game called Fellowship, which is by Liberi Gothica Games, which is a very fun name. But it's right. Trying to think. Oh yes, it's loosely based off the Apocalypse kind of engine, which for most things you roll 2d6. A 7 through 9 is a partial success, a 10 or above is a total success, and 6 below is a failure. But it's normally the dice mechanic most of those types of games use. But that out of the way, Fellowship is really cool because just skipping reading from the website a bit because I'm having trouble focusing on what I find really cool about it. But Fellowship is a game for 3 players going on an adventure, kind of same vein as Lord of the Rings, Rockfu, or JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Stardust Crusaders, right? And the fun. Oh, okay. Now I remembered. The fun thing about it is that you pick your playbook kind of deal, right? That could be like, oh great, what was I say? Sorry. You know what? You have your kind of playbooks that kind of determine what kind of heroes you are, and different ways you advance and all that. But the GM also gets to pick a character playbook for the Overlord, which is so which is, as you can guess, is the big bad. So they also get to play a character a bit more directly with their own playbook and their minions and whatnot.
This is the meme about. I talked to someone and they thought that the dungeon master was the. Oh, no, what was it? I thought the Dungeon Master also had their own character, who is also called Dungeon Master, who's secretly in the game. You need to kill them to win. It exists that as an actual game, which is great.
I
I love
mean,
that.
you can kill the Dungeon Master and technically win.
I don't know if you win if the game stops suddenly.
You can
a
declare
boss
yourself
fight.
the winner.
I suppose, but yeah, what I like about Fellowship, I have yet to play it, I want to though, is that it has a lot of shared narrative control and like the world building and whatnot. In various like ways, like I didn't listen to all the actual play from like, but I know there's one that I was listening to, I think by the creator of the game and like some friends, where like one person picked the playbook of The Hobbit and like basically, you know, or like I think a playbook or made their race their like being hobbits and like whatever, you know, you kind of make your character as. One thing that I thought was really cool that you get to decide like, oh, how do they like affect
Yeah,
the
I
world
heard
or
this
like what
one.
part of that?
You this is the one where you get to decide, like, you represent your culture or species or whatever. So if you're playing as a dwarf, you are the archetypal dwarf of that world. If you say, oh yeah, dwarfs all live by the seaside, every dwarf lives by the seaside. And it's like, okay, sure, you're the dwarf, you know that. Or if you're an elf and you say, oh yeah, elves love driving cars everywhere, every elf is a car. And it is just collaborative storytelling in it, unless I'm thinking of a wildly different game.
Yeah, that's the same game, and
Yeah. Because I thought
I know-
that's I didn't recognise the name, but now that you've described it, I'm going, yeah, I've heard of that concept, and it's a neat idea.
Yeah, it's a really neat idea, and I was thinking about it because last time we streamed, talking about like D&D and stuff, and I was like, no, there's games that can do a lot. Okay, this does something different mechanically, but I think if you want a game that's like pretty easy to pick up and learn, where all like you and your friends go on a fun journey, or like, you know, to stop like some evil that like, yeah, we're like, you know, all your characters are cool people who do cool things and get involved in trying to stop an evil overlord and like, or something like that, then yeah, no, this works for that.
Yeah, and having the evil overlord as, like, if not that they're statted out, but okay, this is the kind of thing they can do, this is their power set, and building off that, like, you've got your Sauron or your Dio, and they're all, you know, sending their own henchmen against you, and it fits their theme, which, you know, is a lot easier than, okay, I've meticulously statted out the Demon Lord and his 20 generals. It's, okay, what is, like, this is the Demon Lord, this session, it would be cool to have this kind of lieutenant, and that fits their power set, so that's what they have.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's more abstract than more traditional games, which again would have, like, you'd have D&D campaign books, which would have, here's the stats for literally everyone in the adventure, you have nobody else. Even if the players can just instantly kill them and they're no threat, here's how you would stat them out, you have to play these encounters, and so on.
Yeah.
It's more
That's
flexible.
annoying. Turns out
Yeah.
Coal Village does not have an item storage thing.
Huh.
Anyway, because I need the shiny harp to get the Staff of Rain.
Yeah?
To...
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Oh, and you don't need it for anything else, so that's why it's...
Well, it
Yeah.
does also have that extra effect, but yeah. It's the main reason I needed it.
Yeah,
Anyway.
No?
Anyway, I'm going to have to... I looked at the map and I missed that area, so I'm going to have to go back again,
Yeah.
and I definitely should have been looking at the map like earlier.
No, that's it happens to all of us,
But yeah.
Yeah. Same time, I still kind of wish you had a horse or something.
Oh yeah, I was
travel
playing
faster.
another game and I was like, man, it should have a run button at least. Like, even if it only let you run for a few seconds, I would have liked it.
Yeah, just oh great. Now I'm thinking about Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time again. Did the roll make you faster, or was it just something to do while you were running?
I
Because
know
my
what
goodness,
did
there's so much space.
I did know what made you faster in that game, walking backwards.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, that
speedruns
does.
do just lift up the shield, which lets you dodge backwards constantly. I mean, speedruns, to be fair, also put bombs on the ground, lift the shield, and then, bomb jump backwards hundreds of meters at a time. It's great. Yeah, so we've been having all this talk of RPGs, and I have legitimately not played an actual RPG with other people in like a decade at this point.
No, whenever I have the time, I love to run at least a short campaign or something.
Yeah, it's just time zones don't usually
Yeah,
line
I
up.
haven't
It's
Yeah,
a
that's
miracle time
true.
zones line up for this.
Yeah,
And this is not really doing anything, active.
I haven't really played an RPG all that much. Like, I played a couple of sessions and that was it, ever.
Yeah, I think I mentioned in the last stream that, obviously I had some issues actually playing as any character I'd want to play as, because, yeah, that's my own weird issues there, so...
yeah. But
Like, I couldn't even name characters because I hated every name I could come up with for them.
oh no. But yeah, I was thinking, maybe at some point, I don't know, maybe just at
I
this
think I'll
time
leave the
slot.
sky living, just to be a mascot of ours.
Nice, I appreciate that. At least one of them has to live. They're very cute, but
Yeah, a lot of the monsters in Dragon Quest are cute.
yeah.
Like, they're not as designed for cuteness as, say, Pokemon or something, but,
It's a Akira Toriyama design.
yeah.
Yeah. Also,
He's okay
yeah,
at designing them.
apparently, Keith also played Fellowship, and nice. Yeah, that sounds fun. Oh, I know, like, I think for the second edition, there's, like, maybe a supplement or, like, something that's gonna be added to it. Or maybe it was for, like, an expansion for the first edition of Fellowship, where, like, there is a playbook for playing, like, a multiple things, like, potentially, like, 3 goblins in a trench coat, or maybe, like, 20 ferrets or something, like, or, like, some magical thing put together. I don't know, maybe a bunch of mini-cons from Transformers, that kind of thing.
Mini cons.
Which-
I watched Transformers on Armada.
Yeah, I grew up with that one too. I didn't see all the episodes though, I didn't get the chance, but I love the mini-cons. But also, now I'm thinking, Fellowship would very easily let you play 3 slimes in a trench coat. which is very good.
Yep.
Actually, there's so many. Oh yes, I was thinking maybe at some point, maybe when I have more time for it or something, I can try setting up like a short campaign for us or something in like a simpler system, or like
Maybe.
something where that we can all learn. Just because the running games is fun, and like I mentioned at some point, I definitely need to run Honey Heist. for the BB gun show of just like, hey, want to play a game about being bears who are heisters, and just like see whoever shows up. Because I think I would love to see how chaotic that gets. I think at a time I've like run it for like 3
Oh my god.
people.
Is
and,
there
like, that
only
gets
one
chaotic.
town that has any sort of storage system?
Oh no, I guess so.
Oh, I'm mad. I am upset. I am
Only had
peeved.
some kind of airship.
Or
Yeah, that would have been
Or
lovely.
chocobo.
or
Anything
just
to increase speed.
Or the
Literally a
tiny
wagon.
Bronco.
Like, the only fast option is to, like, go to the castle. Ugh. I'm upset. At least with Dragon Quest II, you have multiple places to choose from. Return, not repel. Peeved.
Yeah. I did the. I'm trying to think if did the original Dragon Quest One have store place to store your items? I don't think it did.
It
I
didn't.
know Dragon Warrior Monsters did, and that is everything that I contribute to this stream. I played that one game. Well, 2
It sounds like a
games.
good game.
It's a good game. I never physically had a copy of it, but it's one of the first games I emulated.
Nice.
And I've still got Dragon Warrior Monsters 2 on my phone, which I just play when I'm waiting on stuff, I guess.
Cool.
Herb. One
Gotta
more
get
herb.
that
And then I
good-
should have enough space for another item. Because where I'm going, I'm gonna need a key item.
Godspeed. Also, congrats on having so much of that good hobbit herb.
Pipeweed.
That incredibly kind herb. Oh no, since vaguely speaking of, since we're talking about RPGs and stuff. Well, first I want to say apparently there's also a playbook in Fellowship that allows you to play like two different characters at once, kind of like a
Yeah,
pair.
I too saw the post in chat.
That's cool. But oh yes, Lord of the Rings, real quick. Wanted to say, I remember my sister telling me at some point that apparently, like, because I only watched the movies, I didn't like learn of this, but of the fact that like apparently Gandalf the Grey is like toked up nearly all the time because being a cool, powerful wizard kind of makes you can tend to make you really full of yourself because you're like incredible, they're incredibly ancient and powerful beings. So it's like hard to like deal with people who are like not wizards. So like Gandalf was just toked up. And
yeah, the pipeweed.
that good that good kush. That incredibly and
Wizard
like
Kush.
the wizard kush. The dankest.
The wizard. And technically, he's the equivalent of an angel on that world.
Yeah,
Like all of the wizards are.
yeah.
It's this whole weird quirk of like they're not humans who learned magic. They are angels taking the form of humans, basically.
Yeah,
And that translates to they have magic powers.
Yeah.
I want to say the Hobbit movie, or one of the movies. I think I only ever watched the first one. And Radagast the Brown
Yeah.
is another of those wizards. And
He's on
obviously
Shrew.
there's Saruman the White and of
Yeah.
many colours. And 2 blue wizards, I guess.
Yeah,
I have no idea what their deal is.
my
No one
sister
knows.
told me about the, like,
Oh,
she
the
dated someone who, like, had the Silmarillion and, like, would talk
Yeah,
about
I
it.
have tried to read it. It is.
purple
Yeah.
starch.
If you want a book that is half elves singing about elves, that's the book that you want. I don't
Nice.
want that book.
Mood. But, oh yeah, I think one of them, was twisted and became, you know that, like, fire demon thing?
Oh, the
in
Balrog.
the first Lord of the Rings? Yeah. Yeah, like, one of them became that, I think, after, like, being killed or
Yeah, the
something.
Balrog is more or less the equivalent of a Gandalf.
Fallen
Like-
angel.
Probably worth the same number of points put on the field.
Nice.
For a long time, in fact, for the entire original run of the Lord of the Rings movie, Games Workshop had a Lord of the Rings game which wasn't actually based on their Warhammer system. It was its own unique thing. And in tournaments,
Rainbow
you wouldn't
Troop.
have, like, you wouldn't both be able to put down, oh yeah, we're having the Fellowship fighting another identical Fellowship. Because they thought that would be too silly, so you'd have to bring 2 tournament lists. One of good guys, one of bad guys. And you'd fight the opposing side.
Huh.
So it wasn't legal, for example, to have a Gandalf on each team.
Huh.
You could never have a situation where, you know, Frodo has to sword fight himself.
Cowards.
Oh,
Yeah, like I get why they did it, because it's more about the aesthetic of the thing. And
Yes.
the game quickly got shelved after the third Lord of the Rings movie because they realised, oh, no one's going to buy it anymore.
Amazing.
I think they brought it back for The Hobbit just because they had all the molds for all of the models.
That tracks.
I have no idea. Because I had long since stopped actually playing Warhammer.
you played Warhammer.
Yep.
Anyway.
I mean, I do sometimes tell anecdotes about the times when I played Warhammer.
Medal of Honor, Warhammer.
Yeah. Like, I'm adamant that it is a board game. It fills all of the criteria that Ree was coming up with to try and stop it being one.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, of Warhammer being a board game?
Yeah.
Is it
None.
because she hates it?
She was more arguing that it's a tabletop strategy game or something. Oh yeah, it's a board game.
Yeah, no, that counts.
Yep.
There actually are like specific box set board games for it. Like that's where all the spin-off stuff started. So, you know, in that sense, it's not strictly a board game like, say, Space Hulk was.
Oops, sorry.
Or dreadfully, the game of bolt battles, which are determined entirely by dice rolls with no player input. Or might as well be because everything was randomized.
The more random the game is, the better
Yeah,
it plays.
it was a very odd game design, and nobody really bought into it because it had like, well, it was a board game basically, it's set up like a tabletop game. So it needed all of the work of playing a tabletop game for a whole afternoon, except it was a board game where everything is determined by random chance. You would roll to determine wind direction, go through a bunch of other rolls to determine, and then a second time on the same turn, roll to determine wind direction. Then you would get your turn. And you'd go, wait, why? Well, I don't know. It's dice. You roll them.
The more dice you roll, the better the game is.
Because wind totally changes directions all the time and normally.
Yeah.
That is completely normal for wind to do.
Yeah, I have no idea why it did that.
The natural state of wind is to just make tornadoes at all times.
It fucking windy.
People were kind of upset about it. Yeah. People were kind of upset about it because when it was initially announced, it was, oh, they're bringing back Man O' War, which is like a classic tabletop game of, ship fights in the Warhammer world. And then they just went, oh yeah, here's this box set board game which costs £100, has like 6 ships in it, and is unplayable as a game unless you just like rolling dice.
Goodness.
Yeah. Basically, Games Workshop made a lot of bad decisions in a row.
Yep.
It's amazing it didn't go under.
Cats meowing.
No.
I'm told they eventually pulled back and, started having reasonable prices, but those bridges are burned for me. I can't play anything that they put out now.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
like, they finally actually got decent companies working on their licensed games too. Which is why you get stuff like Vermintide, which is effectively Left 4 Dead with rats.
Rats. Great, no.
We are the rats.
Yeah,
Rats. We are the rats.
Rats the size of cats in the store. In the store.
I don't know what you're singing.
Rats the size of cats in the quartermaster store.
I don't. I'm trying to follow along with a song I don't know. This is going swimmingly.
There were stoats as big as boats in the store. You just say there were something small as big as something large in the quartermaster store. It's an old scouting song. You just sing it whilst hiking. And
good.
yes, I know far too many of those, and I kind of hate them. But they're stuck in my head, so might as well inflict them on other people.
The demons live in your head.
Yeah, no, I have some completely absurdly useless things I cannot get out of my head.
Yeah, me too. Anyway.
They were chips the size of ships. Well.
Great.
It's just a song that goes on forever, and everyone, says a verse that is, there is something the size of something else.
It is a song that does not end.
Yeah, it's less a song and more a formula for a song. And whenever I mention it, people just go, what the hell are you talking about?
What you talking about? Harry?
I grew up listening, or like hearing some marching cadence, because I had members in the armed forces. So like some of those are stuck in my head, though I don't I didn't really like listen to them too much, but I had like an older relative who would. So like I know some of those are just kind of stuck. I'm trying to think of. Great. I don't really remember much of the lyrics for it, but there's one that's like, shine the bubbles in my wine, make me happy. Something,
That's what
something. But
Poland's not
yeah,
once. I guess you're just calling back the same thing.
yeah. Those kind of marching tunes, like it gets stuck in my head, but I don't remember any of the lyrics, and like, I don't want to look up Armageddon song.
Okay, we're about to. We're
It's
about to
so no.
do. Oh, hold on.
Oh
a
yeah.
sec. Have to deal with this encounter.
Bones.
Anyway, we're about to make a rainbow bridge. Are you ready? Are you ready for the awesome rainbow bridge?
Yay!
Here it comes.
Oh wow, that's much nicer than the NES version. But
Oh,
That's-
it's not actually made of rainbows.
not made of rainbows though.
It's a normal bridge. We could have just built it. We didn't need to do all that.
The normal bridge would have been attacked by Draco Lord.
He seems pretty lazy.
Oh,
I mean, you got a point there.
You
Not
have
really.
the song London Bridge is Falling Down over there? 'Cause I don't know if that's like a exclusively UK thing.
Yeah, we have
You would-
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we have that.
It's
I'm
enough
guessing
one of
that
those
just
songs that
carried
is,
over.
it has one verse, but you swap out like 2 phrases in it.
Yeah.
So it's you know, the chorus is London Bridge is falling down, you know. And
Where's here?
the verses are just build it up with, and then it's some material, and then someone replying it with why that material is no good. Like,
Huh. Don't remember that stuff.
I don't really know how to explain that, but you know, it's another one of those nonsense songs that can go on forever as long as you can make up new things for it.
It
Oh, yeah, I
reminds
get
me
that.
of. Reminds me of a song. There's a hole in the bucket, dear Liza, dear Liza.
There's a hole in the bucket, dear Liza, dear Liza. There's a hole in the bucket, dear Liza.
But yeah.
A hole.
It's something similar.
Fix it, dear Henry, dear Henry, dear Henry, so fix it, dear Henry, fix it. I'll stop. I could do the whole song.
But yeah, it's very similar. Anyway, so there's paths to the left and to the right, but those are false paths.
Yep.
Also, I love the ultimate armor, or the best armor. Just ignoring the pain floor.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that's a good passive benefit to have. Like
Extremely.
that definitely belongs in some kind of equipment.
Yeah,
There's like
it's-
usually a spell for that.
Yep.
Let's check behind the throne. Well, let's wait until after this encounter to check behind it. Ugh.
With what shall I fix it, dear Eliza, dear Eliza? With what shall I fix it?
A hidden
Dear
stairwell
Liza,
was found.
Ooh, hidden stairs.
And darkness. Gotta look at the map to see where I'm supposed to go.
So, if you had literally unlimited money, except you could only spend it on your house for whatever reason, like maybe you make a really stupid wish to a genie, who cares? Like, what is the one weird room that you'd have in your house? Because I'd have to go with secret library, just like you pull the bookshelf, it's got a secret room in the back of the library.
Oh, you
Sounds
know,
classic.
you know,
I'm trying to think. Weird.
you know how FPSs have like secret rooms filled with like weapons and stuff?
Oh, you take an armory, sure.
Huh, you know what? That makes me sound like a prepper. I don't want that, actually.
Oh no, it's fine. Like if you have, I don't know, like a collection of like swords or something. If you have guns and just baked beans and tins, then it gets weird. And it is always, oh yeah, these are shelf stable, so let's get nothing but whatever this is, and it's usually some kind of beans. Because they don't know how to make anything else.
Goodness. Oh no, I remember on the Discovery Channel years ago in the US there was playing like like a one episode special about like some preppers, right? But like, you know, they would be interviewed, talk about like how they're prepared or whatever, and then they would have like various people like various analysts kind of like go over and like they'll give them like kind of like a rating or like kind of like a grading of like how secure they actually probably are. I remember there's this one suburban family, they had like so many beans and peas and like all those other things, and there would be, I think they were also like some of those kind of annoyingly thrifty couples or people that they would do like the whole like weird couponing thing.
Yeah, couponing is a whole American thing that we don't quite have over here.
Thank goodness, because I think if I was a store clerk and someone was like coming in with like, oh, I have 100 coupons, please go through my purchase, I think I would like lose my mind. Just like, please, like, come on, like, why? But anyway,
Blue Dragon.
Blue Dragon.
Oh, Blue Dragon! I love the purple.
Or
pink.
Blue and white.
Ah.
Have any of you played the game Blue Dragon?
I kind of want to.
Song.
Oh yeah.
A one song by Deep Purple.
Rise. You know.
Of Eternity.
Blue Dragon.
I've played the game. Darkly Shut Up and Jam Guided. And
you know what? I'm
that
not gonna.
Saved.
Yeah.
Huh?
Aw.
I'm not gonna die to that because I have too much money.
Oh yeah, it takes half your money
money.
every time you die. Because you get extorted for them casting revive on you.
Yeah, Professor Oak shakes you down for half your money. But
Yeah,
yeah, you
I'm
were
just
saying
gonna-
about Doomsday Preppers.
Oh yes, to get back to that, right? And they like had their children train and like do some like small handgun training or whatever.
Oh yeah, it's always weapons training because it's like transparently not about survival, it's about scaring minorities with all their guns.
Yeah, and
But,
like
yeah.
like so they're like, you know, they lived right dab in the middle, right dab. Yeah, like they lived like right in the middle of like a suburban area, and like the like analysts or whatever, like, you know, if anything that you like are trying to prep for actually happens, and like, you know, like people, you know, probably know that you buy a whole bunch of surplus.
Yeah, the first
like the
people
like they're
would
probably
attack guard because they got all this stuff to survive.
like people would probably come to you for help or something, and it's like, or if anyone actually, you know, they would try to come after you, like, so like you're not really like, what would be better would actually be like helping your community also, like,
yeah,
Oh,
get
yeah.
like
that situation,
more stable.
A stable community is better than, you know, just one well-stocked fortress.
Of
And
course,
like they
you
were
know.
pissed
Any
off at
one
this
person
dude.
only has so many skills, and if they get sick and there's no one to look after them, that's it.
Yeah, and like that family, they got so upset
Of course
at that suggestion.
because that's not the point of their doomsday prep. It's
Yep.
they're
Yep.
to make themselves feel good and to lord it over other people.
Yep.
And
I
they
know.
always might see themselves, oh yeah, I'll be like this awesome raider warlord. And the post-apocalypse, yeah, everyone will fear me, and it would be, no, everyone will, you know, you'll become an outcast because you won't help people. they'll all go off, restart civilization, and you'll be left in the dust.
Yep. I was trying to.
You don't even know how to weave.
They don't even know how to weave.
Yeah.
I don't know
There's
how
always
to
gun
weave.
training.
Yeah. Gosh, preppers.
Yeah. And I wish we didn't have them over here, but we do have them in some forms.
Are they at least not stockpiling?
You get the people
Fire.
stockpiling toilet paper far more than they could ever need.
Oh no.
Because in the pandemic, there was a shortage of it 1 week, so they will do this forever. In the days of Thatcher, she actually put a ration on how much toilet paper you were allowed to have, so people would stockpile exactly that amount.
Wild.
Like, they'd buy it every week, even if they didn't need it, because they go, oh, what if she lowers the ration? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Rainbow.
toys for you.
Yep.
Yep. Goodness. See, this is too political for E3.
Let's go for E3.
Yep. I mean, E3 is over now, but yeah.
E4 about to start.
I mean, Games Done Quick will start soon.
Oh yeah. Gosh. Ah,
Not sure what I'm gonna do about that.
yeah. No, what? For the past few years, I've been kind of too out of it to really watch it live. But I
Yeah,
remember I used to like loving to watch. There's so many speedruns I need to watch at some
Yeah,
point. But
so many wacky speedruns.
great. I'm trying to. My brain's been kind of fried, but now for some reason, my train of consciousness has arrived at the new Metroid game that got announced.
Metroid Dread?
Yeah.
And I love all the art that some people have been making of
Oh
like
yeah,
hoping Samus is for one, Samus's new armor pretty interesting, and it has some kind of like bio inspiration
yeah,
of just
I hate the focus a lot of people have in
Ooh,
here's
this
Zero
guy.
Suit Samus, and it's like that is like you see so much fan art of her everywhere in that outfit, and it's like that's her least good outfit.
Yep.
And but it's because she's not wearing as much in it. Honestly,
she has
she's
weird
like the kind of person who just
outfit.
wear armor all the time.
She has worn outfits that cover less. If you want to go that way.
Yeah, I don't get it.
But
Yeah, you get-
the Zero Suit is just not that great an outfit.
Yeah.
I mean, partially you gotta remember it's also the fact that it's like a cat suit kind of deal, like
Yeah.
skin side suit. That's probably part of it.
yeah,
but
that is
anyway,
probably I just don't
I've-
get it because
I have also
but-
seen other characters drawn in the Zero Suit.
yeah.
For
But anyway,
reasons.
oh sorry, were you gonna say who else got?
No,
Zero
I'm
Suit?
just saying they got drawn in the Zero Suit for reasons.
Ah, of course, for the reasons. Understood. But yes, fun art that some people have been making that I follow on Twitter of just like Samus, because it takes place after a Metroid fusion, and in that one, Samus got infected by something called the X parasite, or like a species of parasite called the X parasite, and then got infused with Metroid DNA to counteract the X parasite, because Metroids were the natural predators of this weird parasite deal. So I remember there's a post that someone made. There's because of Samus being the last living thing with Metroid DNA and this weird X-Parasite DNA. She is the biological threat. And, like, the fact that this big robot that they've shown and, like, a really, like, clean, sterile environment that they've shown so far, kind of like that kind of horror makes sense of, like, being a potential thing of just, like, they're hunting her down. Because she is the weird biological monster.
Son of a bitch.
And oh no.
Should have saved.
Thankfully, I did save. And I did save money by putting in the bank.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to grind on the first floor. Dang it.
Yeah.
Now, would you want to save state when you get up there? Just so that you don't have
Yeah,
to
if you
make the
save
long
state,
trek.
we won't make fun of you for playing on easy mode, because who cares?
And also, just getting there is annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At some point we do want to, you know, watch you stream other games.
Yeah. Thankfully, this game is nearly done. We just
Yeah,
have
there's only
the
so
final
much we have to say
dungeon.
about this. This is more or less a podcast, but with you know,
A
Dragon Quest in the background.
streamcast.
Yeah, but yeah, I do like all of the fan art I've been seeing recently of, yeah, here's Samus with, like, either weird scars on her face and the Metroid thing.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
generally, like, not being like the, oh, this is Zero Suit Samus, she is every blonde woman is, like, conventional and normal. It's, you know, she's kind of bulky, she's usually wearing her armor, sure. And they usually do her just, like, doing silly stuff, like, yeah, she's making breakfast or something, why not?
Yeah.
And she's just got her awful computer that was once...
Oh,
like,
yeah.
some kind of...
Adam.
do we want to talk spoilers of Fusion? Is that a thing people would complain about? I don't know.
No, let's
yeah,
avoid
it's-
that.
So,
Yeah,
That's
basically,
fine.
Adam is an alright character in Fusion, even if he's...
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, everybody hates him because Other M retroactively ruined the name.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, she named her computer after this guy. Who is he? And it turns out, oh, right. This is in the worst Metroid game, at least story-wise. It's somehow
No,
worse than the ones that don't have a story.
No, it makes me go
All the other
batty
Metroid
because of
games.
that what happened video talking about how, like, like, I guess one of the, I forgot what his position was, but, like, one of the original people in Metroid, he's like, I think he was upset with, like, Fusion. I was like, I'm gonna make another,
Let's tell the real story, and then it turns out it's terrible.
and then, like, everyone hated it.
Maybe.
Goldman!
Goldman.
Oh, Goldman.
Oh, I forgot to
This is
share.
the Goldman of prosperity. Share him to get many gold coins after battle.
But yeah, I forgot to share the House of the Dead 2 Goldman clips in the
I
chat.
have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh,
Anyway.
that sounds good. It sounds funny, at least. House of the
Yeah,
Dead.
it's real good. Because it's the worst voice acting.
It's the
It's-
worst
it's-
voice
it's
acting in House
campy.
of the Dead.
House of the Dead
It's-
2.
That's a low bar to come here.
Oh. Trust me,
It's known for
they go.
No?
They managed to beat that bar.
Good.
Yeah?
I
With
can't wait to
flying
listen to
colors.
it. Because I love how like, you know,
It's
for one, the
extremely
voice
campy.
directing wasn't that great, but, like, it feels so campy, and, like, that's part of the charm for it to me, of just, like, of the House of the Dead series, especially the older ones, of just, like, it just feels so campy, and, like, I can only imagine the voice actors had fun.
When you hear this
They must
voice
have-
actor, it's well, let's just say he did definitely have bad voice direction. Let's just say
Oh
that.
no. Oh no.
it's hard to say what voice direction he had because I'm not sure if he had
Direction
any.
was down.
But and yeah, I like the tweet I was talking about on the Discord of just Samus canonically has the last remaining remnants of Metroid and X-Parasite DNA in her body, so now she's the biological horror threat, which makes the lab clean horror aesthetic that much more prominent. And like,
Yeah.
yes, we need more games where big buff ladies are the biological horror threat, and also have a big plasma cannon on their arm.
So
Definitely
whilst they
into-
accidentally made Samus a gay icon by, you know, by playing out in all the early material, oh yeah, she's surrounded by beautiful women all the time, and then, you know, yeah, that's
Yeah.
like good for her. That's
Good
for
for
some
her.
reason that makes her just like this really endearing character, even though you don't know much about her. It's
She's kind of a loner bounty hunter, but at the
We
same
know one
time,
thing
she
about
will be
her.
surrounded by women.
Yeah.
Oh, and also in I think Fusion or Zero Mission, like one of the if you beat the game quick enough, you like see a scene of like her in the club. So like apparently she goes clubbing,
good for her.
and she has fun.
This last one should be good enough for me to get the silver shield.
Nice.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's just funny that, you know, Overram was trying to tell a story with Samus, and it got universally rejected by fans. Who,
Yeah.
you know,
Because
she
it-
doesn't say much in the other games. She has some dialogue in Super Metroid, and a bit more in Metroid Fusion, but, you know, she's a fairly decent character. There's nothing to complain about there.
Because they really didn't understand character.
Yeah, they just made the baby. The baby. And whilst, you know, she might be a bit upset about the baby Metroid, you know, it wouldn't be the one thing she talks about.
And she does talk about Adam a lot in Other M. Way too much.
Yeah.
And it comes across
Like, she
really
talks about
bad.
him in Fusion, and it comes across as, you know, her just going, man, this reminds me of other situations I've been in, which, you know, but it's not like that. And it works because it's, well, you don't really exactly meet that character, but it's kind of building off her anecdotes about him to, you know, portray her. It's, I'm terrible at explaining this.
Yeah,
No,
it's
I
like,
think I get what you mean.
It's more
But-
that, like, she's talking about another character, but it's more a reflection of her than it is of anyone else. It's not
Yeah.
going, wow, Adam is cool, when will he show up? It's her relating her own, like,
oh, hello, Fire.
experience working
Break.
with him that gives off a lot of characterization. Like, you get to see, oh yeah, this is the kind of person she respects, the kind of thing she doesn't, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Firebreak. In case you didn't hear that.
No?
Oh yeah, I kind of missed that.
Yeah, all of us presumably watched What Happened episodes.
I watched a lot of stuff about Other M, especially back in the day. Just,
Yeah.
I watched
I
a
didn't
full,
really bother.
I watched the full LP of it, and it's bad, really bad.
Yep. Yeah, I never really watched an LP of it or played it, so I'm just taking everyone's word on it not being good.
Which is a shame. There's some good like animations for it, and like it
yeah,
does
but
the aesthetics of it look fairly well. Like, but
yeah, the
yeah,
gameplay is very simplified, and the story is infamous.
yeah. Oh yeah, it doesn't help that apparently like most of the exploration is kind of gone
Yep.
because you just sort of get like HP and like
Yes, in this genre,
ammo
it's now
increase.
called search action.
Search action, yeah.
Yeah, I actually like that joke.
Yeah,
I do.
Even
I,
though
no, I do like that
yeah.
term.
it's way
That's
better.
an okay way to describe it. Like, it's more descriptive than a Metroidvania if you've never played either of those.
Yeah.
Or if you only played certain Castlevania games.
Yeah. I never really got that much into Castlevania, so... But I have played at least a sizable amount of the Metroids. Like Metroid 2 on Game Boy when I was a kid.
I'm alright,
Super
Fire
Metroid.
Break. Fire Break is asking what's good.
What is good? What is evil? Now we shall decide those terms here. Oh wait, I'm not in final boss mode, am I? Anyway,
No, you're not Kefka.
Good
Yes.
is whenever you see a little animal in a funny
Nope.
little hat.
oh,
That's what good
that
is.
good. You
And
know what's really good? Those little snakes that they put tiny hats on.
yes,
Wish there was more of those videos. They're very cute.
what's evil is when you are too mean with trying to get a small animal to wear a funny hat.
If they want to wear a hat, you let them, but... yeah.
Yeah, I don't really need money anymore. I got the Silver Shield. The Flame Sword.
Yeah, sea urchins that like they
Oh,
naturally
sea
carry
urchins.
shells on top of themselves to shade them from the sun, but because of that you can put hats in their tanks and they will wear tiny little cowboy hats. It's great.
That's so good.
The Flame
That's,
Sword.
It's like chameleons will grab anything you put in front of them.
and the tiny little like
Like
swords.
little guns and swords.
Yes.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, the Flame Sword
is
is like... It does more It does like, I think, slightly more damage and also casts a spell when you use it, but it's not that great. So I'm just going to save up for... Well, I'm not going to save up. I don't need money anymore. I'm just going to wait to get the ultimate sword.
Nice.
Oh, do you just find it somewhere?
It's in the final dungeon, yeah.
Alright.
It's very nice of the Draco Lord. They just leave this cool ass sword.
What's
in the
interesting...
chest.
Yep, just
I'll
keeping
go over
best weapon to
that
kill
one.
him with too. It's like
Yeah,
the
I'll
Wicked
go
Witch
over-
West having buckets of water everywhere.
Well, look, she throws fire around all the time, and it's gonna set stuff on fire. You might as well have something. But she probably should have had, like, buckets of sand or something.
I mean, I think it was in a webcomic or something. Yeah. It was in some webcomic which for some reason was a crossover between a bunch of, classic books, like public domain stuff, and their explanation of why the Wicked Witch has buckets of water is it's not just her that's weak to it, it's all witches. in Oz, so like when witches from other worlds attack, she goes, "Oh, why do you think I got buckets of water here?" She just pours it on them and kills them instantly.
She just has. Yeah. No, I can see that. It's still very dangerous.
What's that web comic called?
But
I
still.
can't remember. It's, you know, it's kind of a gag, but it works, and that, oh yeah, sure, that kind of makes sense.
Nice. Now, this is a very much a tangent from
Yeah?
The Witch of the West, but I was trying to find an OSR or old school revival or old school return or whatever the other term for it, kind of game that's very inspired by old the original D&D and like first edition and all that, but like more simplified. And it was called like Mausritter. It's like part German. The title's like partially German, and I can't pronounce it to save my life. But instead, I found another game that I remember hearing about a bit ago. It's in early access on itch.io, but it's called Van Wizards versus the Majo Grassi, where in a world of structure and rules, the only retrieval is the road. Which I remember hearing the idea of it, of just like the creator was thinking about like, like the wizards painted on like vans.
What if they were actually wizards? Yeah.
Yeah, just like that, and like in a world of like, very stuffy
You know,
wizards trying to control magic.
There are worse concepts. Like
So it's just-
vampires, about the vampire cars.
God.
The teens empowered by magic.
Oh,
They
Cars.
really-
When
Like,
they go
Van
to the
Wizards.
car fins, they emerge as the
Goodness.
vampires.
They really
And
wanted
oil
to.
lighter cars.
But
Anyway.
yeah, the van wizards aren't the wizards painted on vans. They're just wizards who
You
live
live
in
in
vans.
vans. Yeah, I got that, and it's
Okay.
more dramatic thing.
Yeah,
Sorry, I have sometimes trouble, like getting like, oh, we're just joking about the wizards being from the vans since you talked about vampires.
yeah. And
like-
vampires, like, it really came across in vampires that they really wanted to fuck cars.
What?
It felt
Excuse
that
me?
way.
Yeah, that
The way they
was...
talked about cars in that show, it really
Oh.
felt like that.
Oh no. Oh no. I guess they have something in common with. No, I'm not gonna make that joke.
With dragons, yeah.
Yeah, that was. Why is that specifically a thing? No,
I
don't
don't
want
know.
it. I don't want the answer. No, never mind. I rebuke.
Never tell me the answer.
Never tell me the answer.
I know exactly what you're talking about, and never tell me.
I don't want the. I don't want that plagued upon my mind.
I wish
Thank
I
you very
didn't
much.
know.
But anyway, yeah. At some point, I need to pick up this Van Wizards game so that I can play it with some friends, because the idea of being weirdo wizards fighting against the man
Honestly,
is great.
Any wizard that isn't weird is not a good wizard.
Yes.
And I mean that in like skill. They do not have the skill to be wizards because they don't have the mentality to be wizards.
You gotta be a bit of a weirdo to be a wizard. No, what a bit is. You have to be like bizarre to be a wizard, or like you're just some nerd, a stuffy nerd in your silly little hat. Oh, and do you want to
Here we
save?
are then,
Save?
Drago Lord's throne. Save state, please.
Yeah, I will.
We're not gonna want you walking back here again.
Mostly just for quality of life improvement. Of yeah. You know, and speaking of that, what are some of your favorite wizards and things that are like they are the weirdo and not just some stuffy nerd?
Vivi's a good one.
Vivi?
The Black Mage?
Yeah, from Final
Vivi.
Fantasy
Yeah.
9.
Yeah. He's just
Yeah.
a little guy. It's his
Just a little
birthday.
guy.
He's a funny little
It's his
guy.
bir- I
He's
love
got
that
the
guy.
existential dread of being, artificially produced. He's gonna die in a couple of years if they don't find a solution. He's just a little guy.
Just a little guy.
He's just a friendly little guy who is, constantly living in dread.
Yeah. He's
Okay,
the best
now
little
to
guy.
look at the map.
I'm trying to think what. You know what? She's not a wizard, and I don't really like the Dragon Age games. But, Morrigan? Is she called Morrigan? I think her
Yeah.
name may be Morrigan. Or,
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
she.
No, she's cool. She's a weird swamp witch lady.
Yeah,
like,
she's
that's-
definitely.
that's- Or like that image of her living in a swamp is like very good. I think it's a
Yes, level 19, 17, not 19.
nice dancing queen,
Heal
young
more.
and free.
I can heal more now.
Dancing queen, nice. I forgot. Are herbs based on like some sort of percentage or just a value?
A value in this game.
Ah.
And I'm pretty sure they are in a value in all. But I'm saying in this series they are a value.
A circus of value. Sorry. Just
Now
if I hear the word
Ooh,
value too much,
Bioshock.
I think of Bioshock.
Yeah. I played the first 3 Bioshocks, and
First
the first
3.
one is good, and the others are
Yeah,
neutral at best.
yeah.
Infinite
first 3.
sucks, and its DLC sucks harder. God, the DLC sucked for
Yeah, I
Infinite.
never played the DLC because I never finished Infinite. 'Cause I just didn't care.
Don't play the DLC. Do anything else with your life.
Yeah. Bioshock 1, it's everyone
Pretty
knows
solid.
this now, but it's
Actually, the
set
DLC.
up
Yeah.
well. It works thematically. It's
Yeah,
You
it's
see,
it was
kind
good.
of a spiritual successor to System Shock. It sets out to do that, and it pulls off decently.
you know what?
my own
Actually,
Bit simplified interface for obvious reasons, because it's not an RPG anymore. But it works.
play the Bioshock 2 DLC. It is great.
I have no idea what it is.
The Bioshock 2 DLC, I forget what it's called, but you should play it.
I will not, because that would mean buying Bioshock 2, playing for it. My copy of it is in Scotland. I
Oh,
am
you
not
actually...
in Scotland.
Well, you can buy it on Steam.
I'd rather not.
Buy it on Steam right now. Heal more is a godsend.
Imagine leveling up and getting a spell called Heal Less. It's just not as good as Heal.
So...
Ah,
Sounds like one of the early Final Fantasies.
Contains the herb.
The first Final Fantasy had some glitches.
yeah, it did.
Yeah, it really did.
Also, the spell slot, or it wasn't exactly. Well, it kind of like spell slot idea is I'm honestly pretty fine in theory, but they gave you way too little for how much you go around fighting things in Final Fantasy.
Okay.
Or at least the original version, at least.
Yeah, I need to... Now I need to go down a certain set of stairs in order to get to the best gear. The best sword in the game. Hold on, it's definitely this one. Got the best shield, got the best armor.
Nice.
Now I just need to go up here. Notice that we went up a floor.
Yeah.
Hold on. Just making sure. Going up. Going up.
Be sure to save.
And it's
No?
the Lotus Sword.
No, there's an empty chest now.
The strongest gear.
Nice.
Naruto shield.
Not in this game. In the second game there is.
Throwing away your steel sword. I don't need this anymore.
Nope. I don't need the money either.
Yeah, 'cause there's nothing left to buy.
Now to just look at now to see how hard I attack. 34. Also notice it's a red thing now. Ha! You couldn't sleep me.
You know, looking at all of the games I've been meaning to finish on Steam, and I'm going, oh yeah, my computer can just barely run these at minimum settings. I should probably upgrade sometime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I'm hurting for the cash right now, because I have nothing to
Nice.
spend my money on besides, well, rent, food, and that's about it really.
Nice. Yeah.
Even though I order some nice clothes now, which is, you know,
Oh, very nice.
yeah. Don't have anywhere to wear them to, and not like a gear that you never wanted. So,
But sometimes it's just nice to
yeah, it's nice to have them.
dress up a little bit. Yeah, just have them.
Obviously, yeah. It's like, my computer chugs along at the minimum settings in 7 days to die. Which, honestly, I'd probably play more if it didn't.
Yeah.
It's kind of a janky game in a lot of respects, but it's, you know, huge procedurally generated world. It's where you fight zombies.
Yeah.
I mostly just loot stuff. Like, to me, the game is more about just looting as much as you can carry.
Very nice. So you play it like a like a very loot obsessed D&D player. Like we're gonna take
Yep.
everything that isn't strapped down to the
Real
floor.
Monty Hall strategy.
Yep.
You play like Thief in 8-Bit Theater. Take everything that is strapped down to the floor.
Yeah.
Also, we're at the bottom now. This is
Yeah.
it. This is the last
At least
floor.
play Thief Simulator relatively decently. Like that's okay above minimum settings, so.
Oh, it casts heal more.
And I kind of wish that I, tried to stream it because it's the kind of game that would be really funny to stream if I didn't already know all the secrets to breaking into houses. So I should probably convince someone else to stream it. This is a game that I initially went, oh, this is terrible, why am I still playing this? Until I went, wait a second, there's actually ways to do stuff in this game. Like, it seems really unforgiving to begin with, and then you realise, oh right, there's all these little holes and everything's defences. You know?
Yeah, and also just want to say out loud.
Yeah?
Oh, that a friend of mine joined the stream, but I was on another tab from the YouTube thing. I didn't know till now. But, hey there. Oh, sorry, just me being a bit silly, but yeah,
Yeah,
Thief
yeah,
Simulator
yeah.
sounds interesting, but I don't know if my computer could handle it and streaming, because like...
Here's the item that curses you
Oh.
when you equip it.
It's the Devil Belt. Take a chunk of that super devil juice.
Yeah,
Yay.
the Mystic Nut. The herb? Money? Useless money?
Hey, what if you need to buy more herbs?
Oh yeah, I need that much to buy
They
herbs.
grow everywhere.
I have not unlocked the last spell yet, so I'm not sure if I'm ready for the final boss.
What is the last spell?
It's like Fire, Flame, Bane,
Oh,
Warpling. Also, my MP is getting kind of low. And the final boss is pretty intense.
Yep, so walk all the way back to the starting city to buy. I guess probably
I'm
waiting an inn for a few hours.
But, oh yeah, I guess might as well mention that Firebreak in chat was who suggested I try Temple of Elemental Evil, and yeah, I need to play more of that. But I'm partially, because I'm a giant nerd, I partially want to read the manual a bit because it probably helped me better understand the game a bit better. Actually, that said, I wish I had better indication of like the tiles, you know, because it's D&D, so everything's like a 5 by 5 foot like square, but it doesn't show you that when you're like hovering the mouse as you're moving, so it's just kind of a bit weird to move.
Yeah.
Also, Temple of Elemental Evil has time units for your actions.
It is actually using effectively 3rd edition D&D rules. It has standard and minor actions and full
Um,
actions, I think.
No, it just, well, technically, but it all uses time units.
Yeah.
Just, which, I guess, I partially believe that it just made more sense from a programming angle to do that than, like,
you're right.
especially since once your basic attack bonus gets high enough, you can take a full round action to do, like, a multi-attack,
Yeah, I
where it's
was
just,
not.
like, a full attack.
I was not ready for the final boss, so
Oof.
because I just don't have MP yet at all.
Gosh, I'm
Now
trying to
this guy's being annoying.
Can you warp wing out?
Oh, nope.
You don't have warp wings?
No, I didn't need. Well, actually, I do.
Nice. That was nice to have at least one in this game. I mean, I think it's always nice to have at least one in any of the Dragon Quests, really. I was
Yeah.
just like, no, what? We need to head back home.
And this guy just restores MP.
And there's no automatic use MP to heal.
It's on Steam. I can see
In this
that
one.
Ree and QCO are actually playing Payday.
Nice. Oh, speaking of Ree and Kiryu, they got a bit of Kiryu got a bit upset at the stream link in the general chat. Not like, I don't think it was like too big a deal or anything, but
Yeah.
yeah, not the most happy about that. So I guess next time just remember to put that in the games lounge.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
Wasn't
this a
entirely
lot.
sure
Try
if-
not to. That's, you know, a BB gun show rule is to not put that in general chat.
Wasn't entirely sure of that.
Huh?
I said I wasn't entirely sure of that.
I mean, you've
Yeah.
complained about it a lot before, so oh well.
My memory is all over
I
the
only-
place.
Forget to advertise any streams I do, so
Yeah. Now that's the weird thing about streaming and also being in, you know, because it's not like a forum or anything, but like a specific, like, you know, just Discord servers of just like, yo, can I advertise? Because, you know, just sometimes it's like, oh, like the people on the server are cool, and them being in my chat would be cool. So in case anyone wants to join in, just gotta throw a link here. And I know some, like, you know, bigger servers than the BB Gun show, like sometimes they'll have like, here's the promotions channel where people just go and put like, oh hey, I'm gonna stream or whatever. Come watch me do some art, or etc. etc. Excuse me. But yeah, that's completely understandable why though, of like, it's completely understandable if you don't want to have like too much promotions or anything for like your own server.
yeah. I don't have a rule about it in Isekai naming, but that's because it technically has no rules. Because I didn't want to make a rules channel and have to enforce it. The enforcement of rules there is, if you join that chat, you're joining it from another chat that I'm in, and I will just screenshot everything you do and show people and laugh at you if you try and do that.
Yeah.
Like, that is the only thing stopping people just spamming in there. Is that I could be so much worse if I wanted to. Which is the funniest way to enforce rules I could think of.
No, you just looking at the. Huh. Yeah. I'm trying to remember if there was anything that made this a bit less annoying in the original Dragon Quest, or did you just have to go all the way
Walking
back?
around in the dark.
Did try to not use too much to try to save every point of MP you could.
Yeah.
Or
Because there's no items to restore MP at all in this game.
yeah. Which, you know, they added the nuts. The stat nuts. I wish they could have added something to restore MP just because, like, it doesn't really help.
In 2, there were items that could restore MP.
Yeah, it'd be like, why not add those? Because this is kind of like a remake / port deal. It's like, and you added the nuts. Those absolutely were not part of the original experience. So, like, just make it a little bit easier on players.
Even an item that would just restore 10 MP would be useful.
Yeah, well, I mean, it'd be useful outside of battle, but yeah. Usually it wouldn't be worth giving up a turn for that.
Yeah.
I can't even remember if Dragon Warrior Monsters has one of those. At least not, you know, a common item that does that. I think it has rare ones. So, in the game Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, it's, you know, a game that's well known for being a very easy RPG. It's like an entry level RPG. But, you know, it's a decent enough game in its own right, it has a good soundtrack and so on. But the thing is, there are only 4 consumable items in the game. There's a health potion, there's some kind of seed that restores magic, I think. There's an item that cures status effects, and there's an item which I don't think actually does anything. It's like it's meant to heal stat loss or something, but I don't think anything in the game actually inflicts that on you.
Huh.
And there's no way to tell if it's actually helping, but anyway, that's not what I was getting into. But the thing is, like, any chest that's got items, like things you can equip, is a once only thing. You open it, that's it. Every other chest in the game with these consumable items is, it respawns when you leave the screen and come back. So you can just have maxed out items right from the start. Buying items is only for convenience.
Huh.
It's a weird system.
Well, there are certain times when you can buy equipment, but yeah.
Yeah, there's a few of those. But for the most part, you know, it's an extremely forgiving game. It's like, it's not a bad game by any measure, other than, you know, not being difficult. It's very well put together in a lot of senses.
I say the dungeons are better made than in the normal Final Fantasy games.
Yeah, they've got, like, each dungeon has its own gimmick and its puzzles. There's not much to them, but it's like, there's some interesting stuff in there. It's like, it's a game that I will defend a lot, even though a lot of people will go, yeah, it's not that great a game.
I say it's a pretty good game.
It's good for what it was intended to be, which was the kind of RPG you could give to someone who had never played RPGs before. Except because of that, it has there's a lot of things in the game that don't really do anything. Like, there is an item that seemingly doesn't do anything, it's a consumable. You will probably have 99 of them by the end of the game, too. You can't sell them because there's no selling items. And your party members never level up. You just find new party members.
Oh.
And they have equipment appropriate for the level. So they start off, whenever you meet a new party member, they are much stronger than you, but they will never level up. And when you reach the end of the area, they're level with you. And it's got the standard, like, yeah, here are 4 elementally themed countries that you visit. And then, of course, there's the big tower in the middle that's the finale that you dip in and out of throughout the whole game. It's got puzzles in every floor, and you're going for a different floor of it between each section of the game. It's, you know, it's got a lot of things going for it for a game like that.
Nice.
Honestly, people just hate on it because it was meant for, like, it was, like, easy intentionally to be, like, an entry-level RPG.
Yeah. There's not much there for veterans.
Level 18.
Players,
But yeah, I can imagine people just kind of hating on it just because it's not exactly what they wanted from Final Fantasy.
It's not the ultra hardcore RPG experience.
It's not the Ultima of Final Fantasies.
Nope.
Apparently,
still-
yeah.
I was about to say, speaking of Ultima real quick, there was a Ultima MMO, Ultima Online, and apparently it was incredibly chaotic, and someone accidentally was able to kill
Yeah, the
a,
Lord
like,
British
admin.
one.
Yeah, Lord British.
Lord British is kind of the self-insert of, I want to say his name was Richard Garriott,
Yep.
who was, you know, a developer there. And the running joke in the Ultima games is he can be killed in every game in some way.
Yeah,
Which
like
is why Ultima Online, when he had all his admin resistances up and accidentally forgot to set one of them, and someone just killed him with just a random fireball they threw into a crowd.
they
you know?
stole like a fire scroll and like attacked him, and one of the admins was like, "Oh, you can't hurt us," and then Lord British died.
Yeah, and you know, he
Anarchy,
takes
right?
like he just kind of laughs that stuff off because, yeah, that's kind of the joke of that, is that his character dies if he. There was,
Like, one of the deaths was based on a real thing that happened to him.
yeah, it's the one where you can drop an iron bar on his head.
Well, an iron bar did drop on his head, but in
Yeah.
the game, it's like a plaque.
And then it kills him.
Ultima
Yeah,
7.
in another MMO run by the same company, I could not tell you its name. It's some... I don't know what it's called, but there was an event
Tariba
where...
Lhasa?
What?
Tariba Lhasa?
Oh, Tabula Rasa, yeah.
Yeah.
Blank slate in some language. It's a phrase used in a whole bunch of things around the same time for some reason. It's never a
But
Buffy
yeah, that's
episode.
what it was called.
Yeah. It means blank slate.
Oh,
But yeah, anyway, in Tabula Rasa, I suppose, the MMO, there was an event where they said, yeah, you're going to get to kill Lord British when they were announcing what the event was. And when the event started, it's You're fighting hordes of clones of Lord British. You have to kill hundreds of them.
Oh wow.
You're just butchering them left and right, and it's okay, sure.
Oh gosh.
And of course, Lord British is where the Homestuck character Lord English gets his name from.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
He is technically invulnerable,
Yeah.
because due to the many time paradoxes he's in, there's not a point in the timeline where you can actually kill him without destroying reality. There's other things in his name, like it's also a reference to an English being like a type of it's not exactly shot in pool, it's like putting spin on a ball in a certain angle. I don't know. I didn't
Yeah.
play it.
I think I know what you're talking
But
about.
that's where the pun in his name comes from, is that he's based on this, character
like-
who should be invulnerable but dies all the time.
Yeah, he had like billiard minions, just so people would know. Billiard themed minions.
Oh yeah.
I'm getting a
That's
good
why there's
amount of
no
crits.
fault. Who each have. They're all time travelers, but they all have dumb gimmicks attached to them, and it's great.
Yeah.
Like,
Um,
there are people who hate the whole thing of them, but it's genuinely really funny that they each have one part
Oh,
of this time
hey.
travel power. Yep.
we're
Well,
Road
Yeah,
to
we're
State 1.
here. We are.
Good of you to come, Boto. I am the King of Kings, Draco Lord.
he seems nice.
I have been waiting for a man like you to come.
Oh,
Join me, Boto, and I shall give you half of the world. Yeah, let's join him.
yeah, sure.
Most excellent. To seal our partnership, I will take your sword. Yes.
Sure.
So you had already found this sword. None of that matters now. I must give you a gift in return. To Boto, I give half the world of darkness. Wahahaha.
Okay. Game over, we win.
Good morning. You were making a racket last night. You must have had a bad nightmare. Hey, guess where we are?
Where are we?
Oh, I
Let's end
thought
the game. Let's go play something else.
we were in the first town, actually.
You're in the first town and you're level 1 and the whole game was a dream.
No, but like,
I know.
basically,
It's not.
yeah.
It's saying
Yeah.
if you would, accept his offer to rule half the world.
But we keep the experience and the money.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's
Oh.
just-
I thought you were gonna.
Oh, we don't keep, we
save-
don't restore MP. Actually, that's interesting.
Oh yeah, I thought you were gonna just load the save state because I thought you save stated before.
I
Thought
did
you had
save
Draco
state,
Lord.
but apparently, but I thought it was going
It's
to
not-
like dial back my experience and money.
Okay. Right.
Anyway, so yeah, I read a lot about Ultima back in the day. I played some Ultima. I did play and finish Ultima 1 at least. It's
yeah,
like,
I have never played an Ultima game.
Same.
they're
I know about it
interesting,
because
but like,
the same guy that writes all those anti-walkthroughs for stuff like
oh, the
Yeah,
anti-rock
thanks.
throughs.
did that.
Yeah, those are cool.
Yeah.
You should put a link in the chat for the anti-walkthroughs. In the YouTube
sure.
chat, so that people would know.
Sorry. In YouTube chat, yeah.
Yeah. Brian.
Where
Right.
is the YouTube?
You don't have the YouTube open?
I do have it open, I just have many tabs open. I'll also put it in our general chat. So, fun fact, that guy, aside from, being a massive furry, which, that's plainly obvious from his YouTube channel, he also records, he records weird prog rock music on vintage 70s equipment. Is it 70s? I don't know, it's very old equipment anyway. And it gives it a really distinct sound, and most of his music is about webcomics, specifically like furry webcomics half the time.
Oh, if he did one on Two Kinds, we gotta give that link to Kitty.
no.
And piss them off.
No.
I know if he did.
I don't want to piss off Kudio for
I do.
even playfully for
Yeah.
I'm not a.
Was this the Markiplier thing again?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
God.
that sound is the whistle sound from Yumineki. How would you say that?
Yumineki.
I've never actually said it out loud because I never had a reason to discuss it out loud. But you know what game I mean.
Yeah.
The indie game about, exploring dreams. That's the sound of her, recorder if you play it.
Huh.
There is, an 8-bit world that's
Yeah,
very
there's no
Dragon
8-bit
Quest
thing.
like.
It is an entire Dragon Quest continent. And
Yep.
you can see, on the world map there are other continents, but you can never reach them just because they're not actually in the game.
Yeah, and there's an intentional glitch area where you can glitch the game out.
Oh yeah, it's full of little things like that. I assume both of you have played that game?
I have played some of it. Technically never completed.
Played the original one. There's a
I've
remake or two, but I've never
millions of
played from
videos
them.
on it.
It's one of these classic RPG Maker horror games. It's a different kind of horror from things like, say, Irone or Ib.
It's not outright horror, it's just horror happens to be a
real
part
horror.
of it.
There is horror in it, and
Yeah.
it's more about the aesthetic of it.
It's more about just being in a world that does not make sense. And some of it is scary, some of it isn't.
Yeah, unfortunately, the most genuinely unsettling stuff is all of the things that people spread about it as memes. So, yeah.
Yeah.
If you didn't know Uboa was there, that would be terrifying. But then it's just, he's the funny guy that shows up sometimes.
Yeah. Which is kind of a shame of some of the memes that can form around games of what gets, because there's some things that if you're new to the series that you go in, it's oh snap, it's really amazing, but yeah, that can kind of be lessened when everyone jokes about it.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff in Undertale people go into knowing about, and it's I didn't go in knowing that stuff, and it's probably better for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played it when around the time it first came out.
Same.
I played it a bit later than that, but I didn't know most of the stuff that is just common knowledge now.
Yeah.
I knew that you're meant to spare as many of the monsters as you can, but I didn't know there was a way to spare Toriel or any of the other.
I did know, but I only knew
You
that.
killed her anyway, you monster.
No, I never killed her.
You can wind back time, but I will know.
Gosh, I remember that being spoiled for me about Toriel, but honestly, I didn't mind too much, just because it's something I probably wouldn't like. I don't want to spoil in case someone is watching and hasn't played Undertale. Like, I wouldn't think it was working, like, because the feedback for it isn't like much.
Yeah,
So
it's
I
not.
would have thought I was like, oh, am I doing something wrong here? And unless I had known, like, oh, this is what you're supposed to do, and it's like, oh, okay. Which is like, I understood why, uh, you know, it the small knowing dog decided to do it like that, but like, it was like still a bit annoying, still a bit frustrating that it like it felt like even though I knew what how to like the solution to that puzzle was, it still felt like I wasn't doing it right until like a bit into it. Then okay, now it's working.
There's a later fight where I didn't know where the solution is super not obvious, and yeah, I had trouble with that one.
God. Now I went from wanting to talk about games being spoiled and how that can partially ruin, but you know, at the same time, there's some things that like people wouldn't get into a series unless they know, like, oh, there's something cool that happens. Like, oh,
Yeah, I don't
want to
think
get into that.
anyone would have played Doki Doki Literature Club without knowing the twist.
Yeah,
Or at
Well,
least one of the
now
twists.
then.
but great. Well,
Speaking
But
of-
now everyone knows it, yeah.
yeah.
Speaking of, I wonder how Literature Club Plus is going to do.
I have no idea.
Ah,
It's-
crap.
The game has content warnings that absolutely needs them.
Oh wow.
To be fair, visual novels do have that.
Yeah.
What was? No, I need to play more, play/read more visual novels. I know there's some really good ones.
I would recommend playing it, but also if you see the warnings it's got to start and go, oh wow, that sounds messed up, then you know, don't feel you
Yeah.
have to
Oh,
play
Yeah,
it.
if you're not,
I don't.
if
It
you're
does
not,
get super messed up at one point.
Oh,
But
like
if you're
Doki-
not like
Doki-
emotionally, if you're
Yeah.
not
Is
in
it
a
like-
Mm-hmm.
I'm not planning to like. Doki Doki doesn't really interest me.
yeah, fair enough.
But,
Yeah.
but yeah, I get what you mean though, Derek.
If you're not like emotionally in a good place for that kind of stuff, then yeah, you should probably avoid it. Anyway,
Yeah, gosh.
but
I
yeah,
don't what was it? One visual novel I've gotten recently is Umineko,
Ooh,
and I want to do that, but like,
you see cats cry.
Oh
like,
wait, is that? I think I know which. Wait.
Umineko is another When They Cry game, Higurashi being the other more famous one, but yeah.
yeah, but also I'm
Yeah.
kind of like super ADHD and not very good at reading walls of text, so
Yeah, it has a lot of text. It's got a lot going on.
No, I guess since we're talking about visual novels real quick, I don't want to go on
Yeah.
too long because I can go on a lot.
No, talk about anything,
Um,
we don't care.
But like there's one series of visual novels that like there's a lot that I adore about it, but it's hard for me to like recommend without like a big disclaimer. And that would
Yeah,
what
I
was
mean,
it?
given visual novels, yeah, that's fair enough.
What great, I'm trying to remember the name of it. Steins Gate.
Oh, yeah, I
Steins
know
Gate, it's Steins
exactly
Gate
what
Zero.
you're talking about.
Because like I was you know, like every once in a while thinking back about it, I'm like, oh man. that
Yeah,
game,
no, if you tried
there's
to
a lot
recommend
of
that
really
to me
great
with
things
no
in there.
caveats, I would
But-
think there's something wrong
Yeah.
with you.
Level up.
Yeah, because like there's some really good things in there. I'm like, oh man, I remember that characterization. That that. Oh, and you leveled up. Yay,
Learn a new spell, Firebane.
nice.
Or you.
That's the last
But-
spell.
Nice.
At least in this game.
That's not quite right. I'll stop trying to do Bane voice, I'm terrible.
But yeah, like Sans Gate has some really good character moments I love. But also, I'm like, oh yeah, there's a lot that I really, there are some things that I really would.
There are certainly
with.
some things in that game.
And and it's hard to me to recommend it without giving a list of, or not a list, but like a small list of disclaimers of this kind of bones it. But for the sake of the stream, I won't go into it too much. But yeah, it's always that at the same time, not at the same time, but yeah, I mean, if I were to recommend it, I don't know, I guess it's a weird thing, but I don't know. Now I'm kind of remembering a Tumblr post where it's like everyone needs to have something that they're really into and they really enjoy, but they also really hate, or and because that helps you with your creative thing, that everyone just needs something like that, because it kind of helps you put things in perspective, and it kind of does, because there's some great character moments in Steins Gate, and it made me
also
cheer, especially with Daru.
Yeah,
but
I kind of had something like that, but not really for games and stuff. It's more of Let's Players I like, but also would not recommend to other people. It's not who
That's
you're
fair.
thinking of, probably. Talking to the audience here, not you guys. Not you people.
I could just
You're a fan of
list
Rao
off
but you can't handle his nonsense sometimes. I understand.
Not Rao Cow. I'm actually not a fan of Rao Cow.
Yeah, Rakau's great.
There
That funky French Canadian.
3 keys.
Yellow Hearts. God, no, I wish. Mary, in case you haven't heard of Rakau,
I have.
you have, okay. But
Basically, any of these YouTubers who didn't spring up in the last 2 years fully formed with millions of racist fans.
yeah, but I wish there was more of the fan songs of just taking things Rakau said during videos and just remixing them. If I was more confident in my abilities of editing, I would try to take up the mantle, or editing and also music.
Yeah.
I would try to take up the mantle.
Yeah, I should get
Some of
back
those
to
are really good.
I wish I could edit videos and stuff, so I can put stuff in.
I just have no focus for it.
Yeah.
I used to. Back in high school, I was
Hi,
currently
Prince.
enrolled in a vocational school thing that I didn't stick with after high school because the teacher for that program was really racist, unfortunately. And he wasn't the most racist, but he was a weirdo. He bragged about having an ancestor who was a slave owner. I was like, yo, what? You can't just say that.
So that's yeah.
Yeah, it's sir, sir, excuse me, and also, no, off topic. This is very off topic, but Benedict Cumberbatch, his family also had slave
Benedict.
owners.
That explains a lot.
Somehow I said his name correctly, which seems wrong. Then again, I've only heard his name as Bandicoot Cumberlands or Benadryl Cabbage Patch for years. So I haven't heard his actual name, so it just my brain somehow
You try
thought
and make a parody of it and you accidentally say the actual real name.
sounds. Yeah.
No, he's kind of awful in a lot of ways.
Oh yeah, he's really awful in a lot of
Yeah.
ways. Fuck that
And
dude.
also, I just genuinely think he has a very weird face. It's for
He
some
looks-
reason really uncomfortable to look at.
He
Well,
looks
I'm
like
Right,
one
like,
of the
I
pod
try
racer
not to like
announcers.
judge people by things like that, but also he does look super weird.
yeah, I try not to judge people on their looks and stuff like that. Like, try not to judge them on superficial things, because that can hurt more people than you might realize.
Yeah. Like, if he just looked like that and it turned out to be just a really good guy, I'd go, okay, sure, whatever. It's just only because he's said some things in British newspapers are pretty awful.
Yeah.
What British person hasn't? Besides the good
Well,
ones.
me.
You're Scottish.
Scotland is part of Britain.
You don't want to be, though.
Friends were united in... what year would that be? I genuinely can't remember. Oh well, guess I've forgotten all of my primary school history. Because that's literally all we're taught is Scottish history.
That's fair.
More American than U.S. history.
I mean, we learned
More
really
interesting
learned
than
US
that. Actually, what is what I meant.
Yeah.
Because, man, I sure do love being taught about the Revolutionary War 12 times.
No,
Yeah.
I know what I love more being taught about the Revolutionary War wrong 12 times. Of,
Yeah.
like
12
the
different-
reasons and the motivations of the founding fathers, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Because I remember
There's-
in like. You go ahead, Mary.
Oh no, I keep talking.
Oh, I remember once in like fifth or sixth grade, something like that, being taught like, oh, the king of England. I forgot which king it was at the time, but like, you know, the monarchy told the colonists not to go beyond the. I forgot which parallel, but you know, like one of the longitude lines. Sorry, I
Yeah.
just forgot which one was which for a moment. Of horizontal, vertical, right? And like, they told them not to do that because oh yeah, the teacher's like, they told them not to do that because they didn't think there's much more beyond that or something. But like the real reason was like the colonists who had moved, or you know, the people who moved to the colonies were like we're going to cause so much problems on purpose and try to invade indigenous land, and we're getting their asses handed to them, or committing mass amounts of violence themselves.
Yeah.
And like they kept more like more English troops are being sent to the Americas, and like yeah, they're like, hey, you fuckers, stop trying to pick fights all the damn time. Like, calm the fuck down. And the colonists are like, but we want to commit atrocities. Like, we want more land. How dare
Yeah.
you?
I mean, given Britain as an example, you know, you can't blame them for thinking that was okay.
Yeah.
Because in retrospect, it turns out the British Empire wasn't good for anyone, except the British.
Even then.
Even then, not good for most of us, certainly not good for me. Because again, I am from Scotland, which apparently was united with the Crown of England in 1603. Which I genuinely had forgotten.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, there's a lot of history in Britain.
Speaking of history, that I don't know how to segue.
You don't need to segue, just say whatever you want to say.
Say what
This
you
isn't
need
a
to
podcast.
say. Some crappy song from the 2000s that no one cares about anymore.
Hey there, Delilah, something, 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 something.
I've never actually heard Hey There Delilah, so when
Why?
people go on about, oh yeah, it's this like really iconic, memorable song, I don't know what the tune is.
It's like
And I'll
They
kill
played
anyone
it too
who
much on the
tries to tell me.
radios.
Yeah,
Where I lived, they played it too often, and I just like
I barely listen to
hated
the
it.
radio.
so. My sister had a dog named Delilah, and the dog like died,
Oh
and
no!
so my
No.
sister played that a lot after the dog died.
Oh no!
Oh, I'm glad we were terrible at naming pets, and none of them had names which would be in songs.
I didn't name this cat.
I
This
didn't
cat
get to
had
name
previous
any of
owners that couldn't keep it because of allergies, so they named the cat Prince.
them. Is that the reason why it's called Prince? Missing some?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's... Yeah,
Huh.
I don't know.
That's a cute name, especially for a cat.
Sing a Prince song, but then we get immediately shut down.
Purple rain. Rain.
Yeah, he's...
Corny.
Well, he's known for his estate being very, very strict about copyright. Like, there weren't any Prince videos on YouTube for a long time,
Mhm.
because he
That-
kept getting taken down.
Huh. Kind of reminds me of.
He's a bit now.
That's good that they're a bit. easier
Like,
to blame
not
it on it.
much.
Now tell Metallica to be less assholes about it.
Yeah. So,
Oh.
one of the reasons why all of the names for stands in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure change in the dub is because of Prince. Like, he was one of the, or at least companies representing him, didn't want those names to be in, you know, a fighting manga.
Yeah.
And amongst other, you know, lawsuit, like, not actual lawsuits, but the threat of, look, if you publish this manga in English with these names, you might end up in a lawsuit. They just changed all the names, and since Prince probably has more things named after him in that manga than anything else, that's what it changed was.
Huh. Is that why
Old
Hermit.
Queen, oddly enough.
Hermit Purple is like?
Yeah.
Was it like something else
It's
before?
possibly... No, actually it was called Hermit Purple originally.
Yeah. No,
But their Golden Wind is called Gold Experience, I think. Which is a Prince reference. Is it a Prince? I don't know. There's quite a few Prince references that got changed though. Whereas King Crimson...
Speaking
No,
of-
the Frog Rock... Oh, okay.
Speaking of Prince, like, this guy is purple and he thinks of himself as a king.
So, Purple Rain.
I don't think that's enough to be like
Rain,
Prince. Purple Rain.
Anyway. Oh god, you angered him. Now it's a fight.
You don't have to be beautiful. Oh. Nah, not big Prince anymore. Oh well. Oh!
I don't remember the lyrics to a lot of Prince songs. Something.
Not even Kiss?
Great. What's that song about? Like, I vaguely remember one that's like Mercedes. No, like the horses. No.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Let me look up.
Just leave
Ah,
a
crap.
Prince song in chat.
Okay, time to load state.
Oh yeah, we've
Yeah.
got the Muzak channel.
We do have a Muzak. I love that it's called Muzak.
Yeah, because I named half of these. Actually, no, I think I only named that in the catacombs. And, you know, obviously everything in Isekai naming, just because it's my server, so it has a food channel called Pizza Parlor in another world.
That's great.
And I think
Restaurant
only one
at
other
the end of
person
the
has ever
universe.
posted food there.
Oh, you
I am-
bitch.
I'm
Oh, did it
directly
heal?
because of at least 4 servers having food channels. Because I like, this looks delicious, but we can't have it in main chat because it's distracting. Which, you know, I can't be offended by that.
It wasn't Mercedes, it was Little Red Corvette.
So I'm playing
You
the
don't
final
remember
boss.
Little Red Corvette?
No, I didn't listen to too much Prince.
Ah, I suppose, fair enough. No,
I'm-
but what I was going to say is, King Crimson, who are, you know, one of
Yeah.
the iconic prog rock bands, like they were around when Genesis had just formed, and they're still sort of around now. But yeah, there's a stand named King Crimson, which is, you know, the big villain one of Part 5.
Draco Lord was
And
defeated.
Yay!
They are definitely aware that this exists, and in fact, they love that it's named after them, but for legal reasons, it still had to be renamed to Emperor Crimson.
Huh.
Oh,
Which-
Draco
Also-
Lord's
Oh.
true form emerged.
His persona.
Now the actual
When
final
the
boss.
real Draco Lord comes out. No?
Oh dear, that does damage.
Sorry.
Anyway. But yeah, the King Crimson are definitely aware that there's a stand named after them and post memes about it on their own Facebook.
What?
Because King Crimson has a very strange effects in the series.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably
Yeah.
know about it.
I know. I've
I
seen
can't believe I'm
the
fighting the
Part
boss and you guys are talking about
Yeah.
JoJo.
5. I'm sorry. We're talking
No,
about
it's
King
funny.
Crimson.
I mean, you had like 3 walks up to the final boss and just kept going back.
Look, I had to be high enough level.
Ooh,
Yeah.
That Draco Lord hits hard. I forgot that they, like, when they're actually a Drake, they hit like a truck.
What did you expect him to do? Anyway, now he's dead. Now you can talk about JoJo. The light
Don't
orb
want
from
anymore.
Draco Lord's hand. A blinding light pierced the dark. Peace returned to the world. Until the next game. And look!
Yay.
The lava is flowers. Okay, now you can talk about JoJo.
I do appreciate the fact that there's so many, like, oh yeah, the fact that I was watching the subtitled version of Part 2, and I love for, like, Santana, that they called it, like, Santa Villa or something like
yeah,
that
San
in subtitles.
Diego,
Yeah, San
which they
Diego,
say,
and it's
oh
like,
yeah, it's named after a local variety of wine, which is technically true. Yeah.
and where it's like the subtitles have the different names, but they're very obviously
is,
saying
yeah.
like they're very obviously saying someone else, like some artist's name. Yay.
Peace has
Favorite.
returned.
One of them is Part 6 has Limp Bizkit as a stand.
What?
The translation changes it to Flaccid Pancake.
Oh.
And of course,
Flaccid
Limp Bizkit
Pancake,
being,
huh?
you know, the new metal band that nobody cares about anymore.
No, I actually have like the album of Chocolate Starfish and the what was it?
Flavored water,
Flavored
yeah.
water. Yes, I still have that on my phone.
Have you listened to it in the last 20 years?
Yes, the last time I heard it was probably a few months ago, while
Yeah,
like doing
anyway.
some dishes.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Just listen.
so for people
Yeah.
who don't know, this game like started the whole once you
Epilogue.
yeah, it's a playable epilogue.
Yeah.
It's not
No,
the
it's
old.
hard to.
Not in every kind of game, but you know, it's good to.
Some of these people repeat stuff, but yeah.
Which is fair. There's only so much space, especially on the original NES.
Especially on a cartridge that has 2 games in it.
Yeah, this is the GBA port with 2 games on it.
You're the hero of
You,
Lotus.
Link, are the hero of Hyrule.
And then he's dead in Final Fantasy.
Squadala.
What?
Did anyone else notice how Link was feeling up that guy in the ending? He was like rubbing up against him.
In what?
In the ending to Faces of Evil.
I've never
These
seen the
are
ending of that.
Faces of Evil. Oh, come on. Hang on. Let me get the reanimated version. There's a fan project to reanimate every scene in Faces of Evil. And it... Oh wait, it's both Zelda CDIs. Give me a second, I will put it into...
Well, you should get the regular ones so
And
that they
let's
know
see
what I'm
other
talking
video
about.
games. No, it's just this is really funny.
For a key that will never break.
So, an other video game chat. It's one
No,
of
I
those
love
things
the
where every
things
10
like this
seconds
game.
or so it wildly changes animation style.
Yep.
Very
I
nice.
saw a
great.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 0 one with that.
Oh yeah, that was that one episode of Season 0 that was like... Yeah, they have a lot of fun animation, reanimated projects like that, and I appreciate that being a thing. Also, you know, I'd forgotten how nostalgic I am for the Dragon Quest 1 kind of overworld theme. Or the town theme.
Rubis. Rubis created this very world. She must be watching over you. So that's some
Yeah.
lore right there.
Great lord dropping us in the post game.
At least it's not Dale logs.
God, yeah, no, those can work in some games if, like, if the content in them makes sense for someone to have, like, purposely recorded. But also at the same time, they're just so common and often very unoriginal in some games where it's like, gee whiz, my password is 123123 butts with a Z.
I was more thinking
And
about
something dangerous is gonna happen. Better. Oh, I hope no one finds my secret stash at XYZ coordinates. And then it's like, okay. Thanks
Oh,
for
so funny thing.
writing that there.
You could wait until you beat the game to save the princess, and there's different reactions to that.
Yeah, if you know the location.
In fact, you can intentionally not save the princess at all, and there's different reactions to that.
Yeah. like you would have to know where to get that one key item. But like,
Yep.
yeah, it's it's in the same spot, so
Yep.
very doable.
Speedrun strat where you never save the princess.
Kill the animals.
But thou must. God, now now I'm getting honestly kind of like endeared and thinking about Dragon Quest. I love the fact that even like in this very first one, that they kind of trolled people, like, you know, with "but thou must," you know, like they give you the option potentially to like not be the hero or not, you know, not be the ideal hero. And if you're like,
Yeah.
okay, and it's like, but thou must. Like, there's, I think, I know that happens in several of the other Dragon Quests, but it's always
Yes.
great.
In one of the Paper Mario games, you get that kind of option, and you get what looks like "but thou must" and answers for the first few times you do it. And the guy is saying, "Hey, you need to save the world." Keeps going, "Look, okay, I know you think it's funny to keep saying no, but you need to do this or we will all die." And just keeps going. And it goes, "You know what? Sure. You don't have to be the hero." And it just says game over. It says everyone
Oh, yeah.
died.
Yeah,
It's just, yeah,
Super Paper Mario had like 3 of those.
yeah. Seems very par for the course.
Actually, Paper Mario Thousand Year Door did something similar with like the Draco Lord ending. Join the Draco Lord.
Join me, Link, and your face will become the greatest in all of Korodai, or else you will die.
You have to say it faster, or else you will die.
I cannot speak faster.
Mood.
Timely wave from Wake Up. Super Paper Mario, you can get game over by saying no 3 times. Well, actually, you have to say yes to one of those. Jasmine. Demon.
Hey, Jasmine.
It's like very obviously the villain is saying join me, and it's like a trick.
Yeah, bring light into my lair. You must die.
Yeah, one of them
yeah.
is before any save points. But that reminds me of one of Nier Automata and how there's like hidden endings before the save points.
Yeah, I love the fact that the ending, some of those endings aren't like, you know, they're called endings, but like,
You're like,
yeah, you know, like the story continues afterwards because I'm not quite. Still haven't played Nier Automata, but I've heard some things about
yeah,
it.
they're more game overs, special game overs.
Yeah, or like the story continues, like, or kind of like like kind of a chapter for some of them feels like, because I know like the story progresses afterwards, and like everything that happened to that ending like still happened. I think, like it's kind of weird, but that's neat. But I know there's like, I think there's like 5 endings, A, B, C, and D, that are like
And E, that are actual endings.
like, yeah, that they're
Except-
actual endings.
Except A and
like-
B are not the actual ending. They're more like chapter ends.
Yeah, but there's 26 endings in the whole game, and
That's
like
27 with
are-
the DLC.
most of them are actually jokes.
Yep.
Like if you die at certain bosses, or you just like run away, like, oh, there's a big boss fight happening, and you're just like, no, what? Actually, I'm just gonna run. Like, screw this, I'm good.
So there are more bad ends than true ends.
Yep.
Yeah, for like, which is pretty funny.
I mean, it's like in the Zero Escape games, you can get dozens of unique bad endings, but only a handful of them show up in the list of endings that you get, which each have their own unique icons. And those are the ones where you either mess up really badly, or where you get information you need to actually complete the game. which is kind of unique. Like the second one, Virtue's Last Reward, you will see at least 2 of the characters' bad endings before you get to the point where you start getting good endings. And even then it's, oh well, most of us survived. Could we do better?
The Zero Escape series is one of my favorite series ever, but it's also painful because I can't talk about it because there's so much I could spoil by just saying someone's name or something, or saying someone's full name, and it's like, there's so much I love. Actually, you know what? One thing I will say,
I know of one spoiler in the Zero Escape series because I'm in Discord with someone who did those games and was like very surprised at one spoiler. Like,
so spoiler warning for anyone listening, mute now if you don't want to hear it, I guess. Let's see, what is it?
There was like an off-screen old man the whole time.
Oh, I know exactly.
That's a huge spoiler.
Yeah.
That's a giant spoiler.
It is the dumbest twist ever. Like, it is technically foreshadowed, but it's also so insulting to the person playing.
I honestly kind of dig it, but at the same time, it is kind of weird because it is foreshadowed. Like, once you're aware of it and you're like going through the game again, or like wait a second, like wait a second, it was actually foreshadowed this whole time. But
characters never mention him by name, and you think they're talking about another character who turns out to have a completely different name that's never spoken until after this reveal.
I know.
Yeah.
Actually, I got that name before the reveal because someone like said it, and I was like, wait a second. Like, wait a second.
Yeah, if
like,
you're really
good
at anagrams, you can know who it is.
But gosh, I love Zero Escape.
Yeah.
There's one visual novel that also did that sort of twist, where something was off screen the whole time, but you didn't see it, you the player. There was like some hidden information. I don't want to say what it is because it's a spoiler.
Alright.
Yeah.
That's fair. But gosh.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing you can't even say is a spoiler without spoiling it.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like the Zero Escape.
Yeah.
Because I thought it was good.
Last Word has like a huge twist in it that you can work out if you're paying attention, and it feels a lot less insulting than the Zero Time Dilemma one. Also, Virtue's Last Rewards, like the equivalent of Zero for most of that game, is a fast-talking rabbit, and I love him.
Yeah, I wish they did more with
Zero the Third is like, he's more of a character than he initially appears. There's stuff you can only find out about him if you're getting a bad ending that by all rights you should know to avoid. Because you can do something that makes him so catastrophically furious at you that he comes back after a point where he says, and now I'm switching myself offline and I won't talk to you again. Because there is one thing you can, like, there's one character that he respects, and if you absolutely screwed him over, he says, no, you deserve what's coming to you now.
I tried to get all the endings in.
It's not even listed as an actual ending, so a lot of people wouldn't have seen it.
Interesting. I'll probably look it up on my own later because I don't want to spoil for anyone else because that's interesting. Because I did try to go for.
This is really interesting. It puts a lot of what he says in another light. Because then you realize, oh wait, looking at the nicknames he gives to characters, there's actually only one of them that he cares about. And he's acting like he doesn't care about any of them.
Yeah. I know it. Know it in the general, or I guess other video game stuff. I'm gonna put a name in the spoiler.
Yeah. So.
The second to last town I'm gonna visit. Which is technically the last town, because it's the town. Yeah.
Yeah.
Peace is back. Hey
Yay.
everyone, Peace is back. We're the Peace Walkers.
Heavens divide. I wish I knew how to sing the rest of that.
Oh, also, oh yeah. There's
Now we can visit the priest without dying horribly. And he also tells you about the
elemental spirit.
yeah.
I ran out of keys. Oh well. It's not that big a deal because we're in the ending. I mean... What? Piece of business restored? I'm in no mood for business today because I'm too happy.
No, that's fair. Like, no, let me have a day off, or like the rest of the day off. The Draco Lord was defeated.
But only on that day.
Look, when you're an RPG merchant, there's only so many breaks you can take.
Can't buy any more keys, but we're like done with the game.
Yeah.
Well, I'm almost done. Just gotta talk to everyone and then leave. Or just talk to the king.
Heaven's Divide is... Oh, was Heaven's Divide from... Great, I forgot the name for the PSP game before Peace Walker. Great, what was... it's
Portable
important.
Ops.
Yeah, Portable Ops. No, yeah, I believe it. Speaking of which, now for some reason I'm thinking about like, you know, like some games have like, or their directors at least very much have like the kind of auteur kind of attitude towards like the games, you know, the series that they founded or whatever. And like, I still find it funny, I find it funny, sardonically, I guess, I think if I'm using that word right, is, whenever, like, the fact that for Metal Gear Solid 5, not the Phantom Pain, Ground Zero, that was it, like, there's a little minigame you can do where you can search for, like, it's like a quiz kind of deal, and you can find like different titles of like various Metal Gear Solid games, and you had to find like all of the like
Kojima directed
kind of
ones.
like all the Kojima or like all the like the good ones or whatever. I forgot the exact term used for that mission. It's like a little bonus one, but like yeah, basically they're all the Kojima directed ones. Not even the ones that were like really critically acclaimed that like were fan favorites are included in that. It's like it's basically only the Kojima ones. Like, I remember that, like watching someone going through that and just seeing like, yeah, it's like during the nighttime and you can point your flashlight or whatever at like the different names. Oh yeah, it's like more like Easter egg hunt actually, but It was like, even Metal Gear Solid 5, like, nope. And I'm like, which, I don't, it may sound silly, but Metal Gear Solid 5 is honestly my favorite Metal Gear that I've, like, seen so far. I don't know, maybe someday, if I ever go through, the card game one, the one where, yeah, maybe that one will win my heart, but I really love Metal Gear Solid 5. Not 5, well, Metal Gear Solid 5 is a weird one, but, Revengeance, it's very weird and eclectic, but I think it speaks from its heart, and, like, I get what it's trying to do, and ambitious, and, you know, yeah, I think generally it's ambitious, but it gets its point across, but also it's incredibly bizarre of, you know, fighting a private security force in the streets of Colorado while Raiden's talking about college student loans, indenturing people in the workforce.
Also, Jasmine, yes, you, Side Demon, you are right, we can still sleep here. I was surprised too. This is like the only place you can sleep after the end?
Portable Ops, yeah. Second game got Platinum Trophy, nice.
Portable Ops, known as Pops.
Pops, yep.
Gotta have my Pops.
God. Great, now that I'm complaining about Kojima, I still find it interesting that in Portable Ops, not Portable Ops, in Peace Walker, basically, like, stuff that happened in Portable Ops gets kind of, like, hand-waved, / some of the basics explained in, like, the very opening of the game. It's like, well, this happened, but we're not going to talk about that. We have our own Kojima-directed story to talk about. like, I don't know if it was that rude, but it kind of, like, it kind of has that, like, oh, the wizard has decided to go home.
Wait, I can't get to the place with the sun thing anymore. Oh well. Oh, she's blocking the way anyway. Corpse doesn't get to be happy too. Oh, that's mean. Also, they should really dispose of the body. It's gonna stink up the place. Anyway, we're almost done.
Yeah.
Slow-mo. You are the savior. Carry yourself like one and have the courage to face me and talk. But I am facing you! The ancient legend was true. Such a jackass king.
Now I was about to offer to read his lines, but you're going so fast.
But you replied, "No, your highness. If I were to rule, I would seek my own land and build my own kingdom." I see. I won't stop you. Moto, take care. Wait. I would like to join you. No. How could you be so cruel? I would... Yep, it's the bet, but thou must...
But we must bang.
I'm not banging her. I'm getting a cat demon wife.
Nice.
Yeah, yep, that's the credits. Monster designer Akira Toriyama. Throwing away remark by Kaz about how we're leaving that fiasco behind. We established a new base on the beach in Central America.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah, it was pretty rude. They were just like, oh, we're not gonna... Like, look, the last game, technically, it's technically canon, but don't think about it. like it's not Kojima. Hell, I mean, I've heard some things about it that's kind of weird, but like at the same time, it did set up and introduce a lot of mechanics used in the next games. So like, it's very much technically important to the series, but it's not a Kojima one though.
Yeah. They did have Cyborg Ninja in it. Like, before he was a Cyborg Ninja. Okay, later.
Yeah.
Demon. Demon.
Yeah, I have no idea how to pronounce that name. Such a
Sidmon.
voice. Yeah. I'd probably forget.
No, the completionist is joining G4. I'm looking at Twitter, by the way.
I was about to say,
No idea what
like,
you're talking about.
like,
You got that from the credits?
wow, a new form of soothsaying, of fortune telling. Looking at video game credits and squinting in between the lines to get new
Wait a
information
second.
from them.
Yushio Fukushima. That means, trans girl, cat girls.
Good for them.
Yeah, good for us.
Oh, good for you too.
Good for us. The end, I guess.
Yay!
No, we can't move on from this screen. We have to, like, actually quit.
Nope, it's just this forever. Even if you play another game, it's just this.
Okay.
You've ended games.
Well, that's...
We beat the video games.
Yep, that's Gordon
Yeah, I
Freeman
beat
beat the
Tetris.
game.
All of it. You might think Tetris has no end, but no, it's got one. I reached it. I beat it.
Nice.
Yep. Well, that's the stream, everyone. It was nonsense over nonsense, so I guess that's it. I guess...
I have no idea what we talked about for 4 hours.
Oh, no, we talked about RPGs and some board games, and also Games Workshop being weird a bit.
I have so much I could say about Games Workshop.
And you'll say them next time when we take on Dragon Quest II. But also you have to be in character as one of the characters.
I don't know what anyone's character is, so no.
They don't have characters, so that's good.
But I
We can
must
just
have
make it up
character.
as we go along.
Yep.
And I love our new canon of partially demon cat girl royalty.
Oh, that's... Oh, that's not partially demon.
Well, I mean, like the Boto isn't a demon.
No.
Wait,
Unless
the
they become a
princess
demon.
Did I miss something here?
What now? Oh,
Where'd the
joked
demon
about-
come from?
Dark joked about, like, I was making a joke about, like, the princess, like, leaving with the hero when he goes to form his own country, and, like, Dark was like, "No, I'm not gonna," and I was, like, joking, like, "But we must bang," and Dark was like, "No, we're not gonna bang, I'm just
Yeah, I
gonna
got that.
have
It's
a
just
demon
where
cat
does it
girl."
become demons?
Because he's going to settle the hero's going to settle a new land, and they're gonna have
Yeah, and there's
royalty
gonna
or
be cat girls
descendants.
there. Sure. Why not?
Play Trials of Mana, people. You'll get the joke.
I mean, there's demon cat girls and things that aren't Trials of Mana as well. But
Yes, but still. Play it.
Belladonna is
Now.
nice though. Meow.
Play it now.
Wait,
Play it
meow?
meow.
We're done with this stream.
Wait, meow?